Hey, so Joseph, you ready to record?
Am I ready? Who do you think you are, Joe Rogan? You can just call me whenever to record.
Hey, look, man, don't get on my nerves today. You're the one who said this time we're going to record. I'm calling you and you ain't ready.
Yeah, well, I'm busy. I'm paying bills. I think you're actually going to have to stop paying me for this.
Really? I'm going to have to pay you. You know what?
Yeah, because I'm a guest on your show, so you're going to have to stop paying me.
You're a co-host. Get it right.
All the more reason.
Co-host. You know what? I'm had enough of this.
Why don't you get some sponsors?
I don't know. Why don't you get some sponsors?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah. E-Buggy.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
What's up, everybody? Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. Welcome to episode 20 of the No Name RC podcast. It's your main man, Lefty. And I got my co-host with me right from the get-go, Joseph JQ Quagrain. What's up, Joseph? How are you?
What's up? Back from China.
Yeah, I know that.
Alive.
I know that. But before we get into your China spiel and your good race that you actually had in China, I want to tell people what we're going to be doing on the podcast this week. We got Ryan Maifield coming on to talk with us. He just came off a big win in 702 Raceway in Vegas. I think it's like the JConcepts Turf Nationals or something like that. I'll have to confirm with him. We got Dave Leikam coming on to talk about PMB, which I'll be attending with Max and Degani and all the JQ family next week. And hey, we got to say thank you to our sponsors. We got Assault RC with the Invisible Speed segment, which we'll be doing later on this evening or the day. Well, it's evening for me. It's morning for you. FastRaceShop.com. Remember, you can go to FastRaceShop.com and get your discount. Like just enter in Lefty 2019 and you get a discount. And you got, they got those badass shock caps and those shock caps are really nice. We need to get some of those for our JQ cars, man. I don't know. Come on, man. Pull some strings. They actually sponsor, they sponsor our 10 question, 10 second segment. And let's shout out to JQ Racing because, that's where the rant comes from. And Joseph has a rant this week. So it should be interesting what he has to rant about. And he actually has a planned rant, people. It's not going to be like it was last week. And he is on a mission to beat the rant king, Jeff Keaton. And I don't know if Jeff's showing up to rant this week. He says he was. But, I'm waiting for his message to hit me. And we go from there. So, anyway, Joseph. I forgot. Thank you to all the No Name RC podcast listeners. We're growing day by day. We're almost up to 1,500 likes on Facebook. I thank you guys for all the messages you've been sending. We're trying to get very interactive with the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment and getting your setup questions. A couple of that we will have today for Joseph. And hey, what's up? Thank you to all my JQ family, man. They were racing this weekend. We had Jimmy DePrez and the New Mexico guys. They were racing in Albuquerque. Brent and Lucas and Mike and Joe Cannibal. They was at the TSOC race, 2 states, 1 championship at Badlands in South Carolina and Myrtle Beach. Actually, a really good thing I want to talk to you about that Mike told me about that they implemented at this race, and I thought it was pretty cool. And man, my buddy Elude, he was racing in Puerto Rico. He came third in E-Buggy. So it was a good weekend for the JQ boys, the JQ family around the world, man. We're racing and we're having fun and, we're representing. So it's a worldwide thing. So thank you to all you guys. We can't do this podcast without you. Shout out to Beach RC, Brent Dansford, JQ Racing USA, distributor, Andrew Rennick at Model Tune, our UK distributor, and of course, Jerome Chambon, Donuts RC. our Europe distributor over there in Europe. So shout out to all those guys, and shout out to all the No Name RC podcast listeners around the world. I actually checked the stats the other day, Joseph. We have listeners in over 30 countries for this podcast. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
That's good.
Yeah, I was shocked to see that.
Maybe we need to start having a translated version.
I don't know who's going to translate it, but I don't know. You know, all this. What is it like? What is it like? You got big, like, what is it? Something going on outside your apartment? I'm hearing sirens and like it's going crazy. What's all that noise? They're coming.
World country bullshit.
They're coming for you, dude. That's what they are. They're coming for you. So, Joseph, and we forgot about you, dude. You was over in China this week. And I didn't even know you was going to China till like 2 days before you left. So, let's talk about that. And you won some money. You actually won.
I did.
Yeah, so.
Couple of months rent.
Yeah, there you go. Or maybe I'll get a raise.
That's not going to happen.
See what I mean? See how this guy treats me, people? So let's talk about that, Joseph. Actually, the track looked really good. Ryan Lutz was there. Jorn Newman was there. Billy Easton and Watara. I don't know his last name, but he's actually pretty fast. And a lot of fast Asian guys from different countries were there as well. The track was badass. That's probably one of the weirdest. I've never seen that little square section. If you guys haven't seen it, I posted it up on the podcast page on Facebook. It had the weirdest. I didn't even know what to call that section. What would you call it?
Hip jump, maybe.
Yeah, but it was like a whole bunch of them together.
It was like a chicane jump section.
Yeah, it was.
And
insane.
then they had some hip jumps, normal ones.
Okay.
So yeah, the track was maybe the best I've ever driven, to be honest. I really liked the surface, the clay. It had grip when dry. Actually, the semi-final was run in the wet, but it was good. Like, it didn't really weigh the car down much. It was just really slippery and wet. It was raining the whole time. And yeah, when it was dry, it got a groove on it, quite good grip. Just a bit of dust. It got rough. It got bumpy. It was motocross. I liked it. The layout was really fun, very fast. Some good variations of corners, good jumps, good jump combinations. And on top of that, the facility is just amazing. And yeah, I just enjoyed the whole experience. I would happily practice there day in and day out. It was just a fun track to drive around.
Yeah, and you did pretty good. Let me just clarify. Was this the track where the 10 skill worlds were last year?
Yeah, I can see.
No, not last year, 2017, sorry.
Yeah, I can see why the 10 scale boys didn't enjoy it. It's way too big. Driver stand is too high. Track is too big. Surface was probably a bit rough. Jumps were too big. I can see why they didn't like it, but for 8 scale, it's perfect.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And Lutz he took TQ in both rounds, I think, an e-buggy and Nitro buggy.
Yeah, he TQ'd both, but kind of like I said, I do believe I said this in the DNC podcast, and I actually told Jorn this during the race. Lutz isn't going to finish without a problem, and he didn't.
Yeah, he put the wrong gearbox. He actually was changing from what I explained, what I listened to him. He put, because his car got so muddy in his semi, he wanted to put the front clip from his e-buggy on there, and it had the different gearing from the Nitro car.
So, like I said, like he's his own worst enemy. Okay, given this was a bit of a different thing, something didn't fall off or break, but he put the gearboxes on his Nitro car from his e-buggy and not realizing that the gearing is different. So yeah, he was probably at like max RPM and speed, like 10 feet into the straightaway. So still amazing just how good of a driver he is, that he adapted to that. Because he started off slow for him. Mm-hmm. He dropped back. He was kind of around where I was on the track, and then maybe halfway in, he sort of got a hang of it and just pulled away. And he ended up lapping me and finishing pretty close to Jorn in second. So wrong gearing and all, and still finishing second. Just, yeah, he's a good driver, but needs to work on his skills in the pits.
How does he look, in your opinion, being as you really got to focus and watch him on this type of track? How does he look with the new Agama in your opinion?
Well, I was in the same heats as him, so I didn't really get to see, but like, it's kind of what I expected, that once he gets a hang of it, he'll be really competitive, because the Agama is more of a sort of neutral, stable car that he can drive more aggressively. He can push more, doesn't have to be careful. So we all know that that's the kind of old school Lutz, and that's how he likes to drive. So I expect his results to be good in the coming races.
And okay, well, that's good. That's a positive thing. I think he'll be at PMB, so I'll get to watch him there as well. We all know that Lutz is very talented. I always say he needs to get a little bit more aggressive, and hopefully he does it, man. I mean, he was definitely TQ, the fastest guy at the race, but he didn't win. But that's how it goes sometimes. Jorn Newman won.
Yeah, Jorn won both. E-Buggy, he just straight up beat Lutz in two out of the 3 finals. He didn't race the third one. But actually in Nitro, Billy Easton was leading. And it rained for the second semi-final. So then the track was different for the main. So it was quite loose, like looser than it had been at any time before that. And I guess Billy just had the right setup, right tires, and he was really fast. And he passed everyone, pulled away, and had a decent lead. And then he ran out of fuel, I believe.
Okay.
So his pit guys cost him. So it would have been interesting to see. Maybe he would have even won the race.
It's amazing that Billy is still I mean, he's 42 now, I think, and he's still fast. Like, I mean, I know he drives a lot, but he's still capable of doing well.
He races a decent amount, and the car is good too. And he's also the designer. So he knows what to do to get the car good and make it work. And if he just gets enough track time, then he can do well. Why not?
You guys look like you was having a little bromance over there, because every picture I saw on the internet, you was next to him and he was laughing. I was like, look, these guys look like he actually hung around our pits a lot at DNC as well. So I think you guys got a little bromance going on there, buddy.
I think you just like to create these things, like Europe versus America and Keenan versus JQ rants and JQ Beleast and bromance. I think it's all in your head. You just like to create these things.
Oh no.
Create stories out of nothing.
No, it's no stories. Jeff Keaton is the rant king for this week. You and Billy Easton have a bromance going on. And yes, I think that it's Europe versus America in 8 scale going on right now. And it's great. A friendly rivalry is always good, you know? I love it.
Whatever you say.
Making up stories. Jesus, man.
Yeah, you do. It's your thing.
Oh, yeah, it's my thing.
It's like Steve Mathis. Steve Mathis does the same thing. You're just trying to become Steve Mathis of RC.
I am not. Jesus.
Yes, you are. You're just creating this story.
I actually do like Pulp MX, though. It's really cool.
Yeah,
so,
I can tell.
Well, you introduced me to it.
Yeah, because I said, look, you need to make a podcast, make it like this. Listen to these episodes. These are good. Learn.
Yeah, but I actually like his...
Maybe you might be learning a bit too much.
I actually like his podcast, too, so it doesn't matter. You know, I find him very entertaining. He's a bit more savage than me, but that's all right, you know.
Yeah, you need to learn that still. You're still too buddy with everyone. Like, you want to be everyone's friend.
Hey, man, I just...
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. You don't have to agree with everything.
Hey, man.
Call people out if you think they're wrong.
I'm not like you. I'm not like you.
You call me out, but everyone else.
Yeah, because
all the guests, you're like,
You know why? You know why I call you out? Because you need somebody to check you every once in a while. And I don't even know if it helps because you're so hard-headed, man. Jesus. But, you know, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. So, hey.
It's not easy to be right so often. Yeah.
Oh, right.
People
right.
expect me to be wrong more, like maybe 50-50 or whatever normal people are.
One thing you are
But
good at is
when I'm almost always right, it's just people just can't handle that. They're not used to someone being so right all the time.
Oh my! One thing you're really good at is tooting your own horn. Hey, but another cool thing about this race is that it was a cash payout. I think what was it? TQ and winning Nitro main and e-buggy main was $7,000.
Well, I think Jörn got about $7,000.
That's not
or
bad.
$6,000 US, I think.
Yeah, you made some money, so and I mean, who was that? The owner of the track that put up that money, or Sunderpower? Why don't you say that? They're the battery company.
Sunpadel, I think.
Sunpadel. You know.
Yeah, I guess they did.
Okay.
Well, they actually paid. Really paid a lot of money because they paid for the overall race and then they paid for Chinese and Hong Kong and Taiwan drivers or something like that. So they had like 2 separate payouts.
Oh wow, no, that's good. That's good. I mean, it was a great race. It was a great track. If you guys want to check it out, I'll post up the. I don't know if I did it today, but I'll post up the main from Nitro on the No Name RC podcast page. So, I mean, I was watching practice. It was really good. You made some money. Jorn, how did he look with the S-Works? Looking good?
Yeah, Jorn is good. Yeah, he's always very precise, kind of almost
like
cautious looking out there, but always fast.
Yeah, and that was a really cool pick. I guess he must have won it, and he looked at you, and he had a big smile on his face, and he was shaking his hand. That was a great pick.
I don't know where that was taken, but
yeah,
I guess right after the race.
Yeah, that was a cool picture. It's good, man. It's good to see. I like the rivalry, but it's also good to see. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh man, I don't know. I could say it in Spanish, but I can't remember it in English. It's good to see that the camaraderie. That's the word I'm looking for. So that's always good. So we've
known each other for a long time. Always had a soft spot for Jorn.
He's younger than you, right?
Yeah, he's way younger.
Okay.
When he was racing with Gerd, you remember Gerd Strenge, the German Durango guy?
Yes.
Yeah, so he built me a Durango for a couple of races, the Worlds in Finland, Worlds warm-up in Finland, a Euros race. So I've raced with them at a few races, and then in America also a long time ago. I actually stayed. I don't know why, because I didn't do the Cactus Classic race in Phoenix. They were there, but we shared a hotel room. I think I was practicing 8 scale at the Nitro pit or something.
Okay.
So yeah, we've just known each other through racing for a long time. So it was cool to see him get the double win.
Yeah, well, he got it, and is he confirmed to go to RCGP, or who? We don't know who's going to go to RCGP.
Well, S-Works kind of dropped the ball on that one for the first race, so you're only scheduled to do some 10 scale race for the first round, but I think then he'll do the 2 European rounds at least.
That's good stuff. Good stuff. Here's something I wanted to talk to you about, because we've talked about this, and I've talked about it on the podcast a lot. I really enjoy IFMAR style racing with the ladder style and the odd even mains and then a semi. It's a lot of racing involved, So this week at the TSOC race at Badlands, Mike Hill went there, and Brent was there, and Lucas and Joe for running there. And this is basically a race that takes place between tracks in South Carolina and North Carolina. Hence, it's called Two States, One Championship. But they have implemented the IFMAR style ladder mains for their Pro Nitro buggy. So I think Brent was running that, and Joe, and they I think they figured out how to do. We always talk about, like, if you get TQ for the world, you should go straight through to the main, but then you lose that race time in the semi, right? Well, I think they came up with a solution for that. So how it works is, I think this is very clever. So TQ still has to race his semi, but he has an automatic spot into the final. So if he goes out there and he wins both his semi and it's the fastest, he can still be TQ, or he can be second, third, fourth, or whatever. If he doesn't make the cut at all, or he breaks, he still will be in the final, but he'll be starting last. So I think that's a great idea. What do you think?
Yeah, I like the idea too, because basically TQ makes the main for sure, and he just has to race for starting position.
Yeah, I think it's great.
I think it's good, because then the way we do qualifying in IFMAR, it takes such a long time and so much effort is put into it, yet you don't really gain anything. So this way TQ would actually mean something. You made the main, so that's good. No matter what happens, you're in the main. And then you just you get the track time, just like all the other semifinalists. You're still racing for something. You're racing for the starting position. And nowadays, starting position really matters. For example, if you look at the Worlds in Australia, David started, out front, but he had the problem on the first lap, had to pit, and then he was dead last. Okay, but he was. It's almost as if he had started last, small bubble or something, and then he was behind the pack. But he never made it up to the front, because these days there are so many good drivers and so few mistakes. It's almost impossible, even in a 60-minute main, to catch up to the lead group. So you really need to start with them. So starting position does matter. I think in the past it didn't matter as much because drivers would make more mistakes. But now when you run a 60-minute main and only have one crash or something like that, then how are the drivers supposed to catch you if they aren't significantly faster? So, yeah, I like the idea.
Yeah, I thought it was a great idea. And Mike mentioned to me, and I was like, I got to get your opinion on this, because this is something we always talk about. But enough of us rambling on about that. We have to get into our Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. Was there anything else you wanted to add before we get into that?
I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Yeah, you're supposed to be listening and paying attention while we record. All right, I don't know what you're doing there. Are you looking at porn or something like that?
No.
It's probably something political, and you just it triggered you, It triggered your endorphins, and you're like, oh, I got to respond to this. Oh, God.
So, where were we?
Yeah, we was talking about, we're going into the Invisible Speed segment. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
No.
All right. Well, you had a good time in China. We agreed that the TSOC TQ thing is great. So now we're going to go into the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment.
You are now locked in to the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. Check out AssaultRC.com for the latest products for all your performance RC needs. Featuring the best lubes and specialty tools on the market. Use promo code LEFTY19 at checkout for 10% off your entire order at AssaultRC.com.
Welcome to the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. This is the setup segment of the podcast. This week, we're taking more questions from our viewers. So I posted up earlier this week on the Instagram page as well as the Facebook page. If any viewers had any questions for Joseph concerning setup. Now, we did get a few questions, but I'm only going to choose one, and then we'll choose another one next week. So this week's question actually comes from Matt Petrie. I think that's how you say your name. It might be Petre or Petrie. I'm not sure, but I'm sorry if I butcher your last name. He says he wants to know about camber and camber gain, its use and effect with 8-scale buggies. He's coming from years of touring car racing, and this was one of the most common setup changes. He says he has not noticed it or seen it mentioned a lot in 8-scale racing. What do you have to say about that, Joseph?
Yeah, actually, I think camber is overlooked as a setup option. And I actually think it shouldn't be, because it does make a significant difference. So you could be at a track and your rear end could be slippery. So you'd be going through a corner and then you just lose rear traction. And your car doesn't feel quite balanced to drive. So you can't connect the dots around the track smoothly. You're kind of fighting the car with the rear end sliding and wanting to break loose. Now, most drivers would then go back and they would want to make some bigger change to the car. So maybe to the roll centers or the shocks or the toe-in or something more significant than just changing camber. But you don't need to, actually. So in that situation, maybe the only thing you need to do is reduce the rear camber a bit, and that adds more grip to the rear, and maybe your car would be good at that point. So what I recommend drivers do is they start with a very basic setting. So maybe they measure 1 degree camber on all 4 wheels, front and rear. And then they go out there and they have someone in the pits to help them. So you drive a few laps, then you come in and your friend adjusts, for example, front camber. So he adds some front camber. Then you try again. Then he adds more and you try again. And he keeps adding front camber until you feel like the car is getting worse. Okay, then you go back and then you reduce front camber. Again, you feel a change. You keep reducing camber until you feel that the car is bad. And then you do this forwards and backwards until you find the best position for the front camber. Like now the steering feels the best. It's smooth, it's predictable. Then you do the same on the rear. And you will actually find a camber setting that's clearly better than the rest. And you can really narrow it down to where just on a turnbuckle, if you turn it a quarter turn, you notice a difference. So you've really narrowed down where you want the camber to be. That's how big of a difference it makes. And I don't think a lot of drivers actually do that. They don't take the time to do it, but it would be worth doing.
Now, I know you don't actually measure your camber. You just measure your links. And I've seen times you had me, okay, Keenan, turn my turnbuckle 2 flat spots back or something like that, or your toe even as well. So when I get people that because with off-road, our cars have so much slop and the wheels get all, nothing's really. This isn't on-road where everything's gotta be perfect. It's off-road where things are gonna change. What would you say about that?
Yeah, it definitely makes more sense to measure the exposed part of the turnbuckle, so between the plastic links. So you measure that distance and then make it the same left to right, because like you said, there's always so much play and the wheels aren't always perfectly straight, and it's just measuring camber with a tool is you can kind of get an idea of where it is, but you can't really get left and right the same. When you rotate the wheels, the camber changes a bit, so you kind of get in the ballpark with that, so you know, okay, I'm running about 2 degrees now. But to get it really precise, just measure the links and make left and right the same, and then do as I said for finding the correct measurements. And then after you've done this a few times, there's even differences with different tires. So some tires work better when they have a bit more camber, or other tires work better when they have less. So it really depends on the traction level, the track surface, the tires you're running, and the sort of quote-unquote perfect camber will be different. So when you've done it enough, you'll know what measurements to run in what situations, and then it's much easier to set the car up.
Now, another question I have is, in what conditions do you want more camber or less camber? Can you be more specific with that?
Well, as a general rule of thumb, less camber will give the car more grip. So on a loose track, you could go less camber to gain more traction.
Okay.
I think having the right amount of camber is more critical on a high grip track, because if you have too much camber on a high grip track, the traction will be inconsistent, where you'll sort of slide and then grip. Where you have it just right, the traction will feel consistent. And then when you don't have enough, you will lose grip in corners, but in a different way. It will sort of, you can actually learn to tell the difference of too much camber and too little. Like too much, you'll lose traction more suddenly, and too little, it will be a more gradual kind of loss of traction. It's hard to explain in words. It would maybe be easier with a video, but Yeah, I think that's the best rule of thumb, really. So less camber for more traction. So if your rear end of the car is feeling loose on a loose track, try a bit less camber and you'll gain some traction. And then vice versa, let's say that you don't have enough steering and the rear end is gripping a lot. Maybe you can try adding some camber to the rear end, so you'll have more steering and slightly less grip on the rear. For the front, I think the camber really affects the steering feel. So again, you should just try the different settings to learn to tell how it affects the feel for your car and your driving style.
Okay. I see a lot of guys going to these setup stations, you know, like the hoodie ones. I even have one myself. I used it all of one time. What do you think about these? Because I personally think they're a waste of money. I mean, they may be good in on-road, but in off-road, I don't think they're necessary. Have you ever used one?
Yeah, I don't think they work very well for our off-road cars. Just because of all the play and it's just, I think it's misleading.
Yeah.
I think they could be good for a designer to use when he's designing a car and comparing cars and comparing, different setups and that sort of stuff, like learning about that stuff. But as a setup tool, I wouldn't recommend using one. I don't see a benefit.
Okay. Well, thank you, Matt, for your question. Remember, guys, if you guys want to hear what Joseph has to say about any setup questions, you can always post them on the Assault RC post that we have. I'll always constantly refresh it. We do appreciate your questions. I know a lot of people do have questions, so whatever you have, just say it. I mean, Joseph's pretty smart. I mean, he acts smart anyway, and he usually has a good answer for this stuff. So thank you, Matt, for your question. Thank you, Joseph, for answering the question. Thank you guys for tuning into the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. Remember, you can go to assaultrc.com, type in Lefty19, and you get 10% off your order. Now, Joseph, I'm going to get off the line with you, and I'm going to talk to Maifield.
Okay, have fun.
All right, bye-bye.
Hey guys, this is Ryan Maifield, and you are listening to the No Name RC podcast.
Hey, so what's up, guys? It's your main man, Lefty, and this is episode 20 of the No Name RC podcast. And our special guest today is the man himself, Ryan Maifield. What's going on, Ryan? How are you?
Not much, man. Just waking up, getting the day going. Things are going good.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. You just came off your victory in Vegas. That was, the JConcepts Turf Nationals or something like that?
Yeah, Jason's doing a series of carpet tracks. I think he's doing 4 venues, I believe, just kind of coinciding with his dirt series. And, they're separate. They're separate championships, but he's kind of trying to do the same thing he's been doing with dirt for the past handful of years. He wants to just kind of get the carpet scene a little bigger in America, which... It's surprisingly pretty big. There is a lot of tracks, and it is a lot of fun to race on for sure.
Yeah, I think I raced over in England. I wouldn't call what I was doing racing, but I got my first taste of turf and carpet there, and I enjoyed it. A lot of people are against it, but I think it's good for getting new people in the hobby as well. So
yeah, I mean, it takes a little bit out of the racing as far as the tire game goes. As long as it's like a spec tire race, I'm sure if it was open tire at a big race, it might turn into a nightmare, just like anything. But everything we're doing right now is spec tire, so you just show up, put these tires on your cars, and then you just worry about car setup and driving. And that's definitely fun, and it's crazy fast. I mean, mod is unreal fast. Mm-hmm. Basically, you just put as much power in as possible, and then just got to take it easy on the trigger. Yeah. But yeah, it's cool. I think it's another side of racing that, like you said, can maybe bridge the gap to bring more people in and more. Yeah, I think it can bring more people in to racing that might not otherwise see it, because I think it can make it more. It can make it easier for people to actually build tracks in different locations, and a lot of people don't people that own buildings don't want people to bring in a bunch of dirt and moisture. It causes mold, and with carpet you don't have to do that. So I think it's cool. I think it has a good spot in the future of racing.
Yeah.
I don't think it eliminates dirt ever,
Mm-hmm.
but it can definitely be a big part of our racing in the future.
Yeah, there'll always be room for dirt. It's just that,
Right.
like you said, it's harder. It's easier with AstroTurf. It's also easier for the racer because they don't have to spend a whole bunch of money on tires trying to figure it out, and then they can worry more about car setup, like you said, which is important. People need to learn that. So obviously everybody knows you, but people that may not know you, which I don't think anybody exists. You're Ryan Maifield. You're 32 years old.
Yep.
You're from Arizona.
Yep.
You have you won the 2017 10th scale 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive IFMAR World Championship. You've won Reedy Race. You have multiple DNC wins, multiple national titles. Probably won every big race that's out there in America, and you've done it maybe twice, correct?
Yeah, probably. First, I've been racing for a long time, so yeah.
Which race in America haven't you pretty much won yet, you think? That's still around.
As far as national championships, the only one I haven't won that I've tried to race is 2-wheel drive mod, which is definitely something I want to accomplish. And as far as that's probably about it in America. The Neo Buggy race in England, I never won. I went to it a lot.
Yes.
I got the closest I got. I think I got second a couple times, and that was a tough race, man. That thing. That every year I'd leave frustrated and wanting more.
Yeah.
But yeah, it never happened. Sadly, it's not around anymore. I wish it was. But yeah, that would have been nice to have that one on the shelf as well.
Yeah, it was a prestigious race. I mean, they're having DXRs having the race in the same location this year.
Yep.
And that's good. I think that's great because they need a really big 8-scale race in England. And I think they're doing it exactly, I think, the schedule like Neo, which was really good. And hopefully it builds up to the prestige that Neo was. And then more people can go to it and enjoy it. I know I'm going to enjoy watching it, so it should be good.
Yeah.
I think... Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, DXR always put on a great event. And, I hope that they can do something that is sustainable there because it was cool just... the facility, staying on campus at a college like that, and but for sure they always built a great track, and with everybody knowing who Neo Buggy was, it always gave it that prestige and that worldwide, kind of reach as far as media goes. So yeah, I wish them luck. I hope they do go good with it.
I hope so too. So we're not gonna go too deep into your early days because a lot of people kind of know how you started, but I like to say you're the final edition of the podium. It was Thibaut, Cavallari, and you. You guys kind of, I don't know who was first out of you guys who kind of got into this and became popular, but it's you three guys that kind of, when I was in RC back in the day, you were the young guys coming up and getting faster and faster. And, in my time, the fast guys were like Degani and Saxton and Bill Hagan and, Chad Bradley, Jason Ashton, but you guys were the up-and-comers coming behind them, and then you started beating them. So we can start from there. Like, where did you and Thibaut and Cavallari kind of cut your teeth? I know it was Gas Truck, too, because Thibaut always says it was Gas Truck that he really got started. How about yourself?
I was a little late to the game as far as that goes. I think Cavallari was probably the first of us to really... go to the next level because he won the Worlds in 2003. Thibaut did start in Gas Truck. I know Ryan and I really started in kind of 2-wheel drive mod racing 10 scale. And at the time of kind of me becoming a up and comer as far as the pro level goes, that was kind of really the beginning of the boom of Nitro in America. Like the late 90s, early 2000s, or I should say through the 90s, early 2000s, Nitro racing wasn't quite as big in America as it is now. And, there was only a couple of A-scale cars, and, they were obviously very expensive, and there wasn't that many tracks. So Gas Truck was always kind of around, and, I don't know if it was just because I wasn't really racing the full scene, but, people didn't really talk about going to Nitro races. There was, it was the Cactus Classic was the big event. the Hot Rod Hobby Shootout, the Reedy race. So, yeah, when I started, kind of becoming a pro, Richard Saxton, obviously was working for Associated and Thunder Tiger at the time, and he kind of helped me get my gas truck game going a little bit, and asked if I wanted to try some A-scale, and of course, I had kind of dabbled in it by myself, before having sponsor support back when my dad was flipping the bill for most of the stuff, and he got me on Thunder Tiger, and basically with Richard's help, he kind of showed me the ways of how to make the car work, and how the engines work and all that stuff, and it was fun. I didn't really know Ryan or Jared, because I grew up in Arizona. They were both in California, and I kind of met them just by going to these events and doing well, and I guess when you notice somebody your same age doing kind of the same stuff, you kind of become friends automatically. Tebow and I were teammates on Associated, and Ryan ran for Losi at the time. But yeah, we've known each other for a long time, and it's been fun racing with those guys through all this for sure.
Yeah, it's funny you mention Saxton, because when I did the Tebow interview, but like earlier on, he said Saxton was one of the guys that were very influential and taught him a lot back in the day as well. And even Saxton mentioned you and Cavallari and Tebow as well. So that's one common denominator that you guys have, and I guess it worked out for you guys because you guys are all champions.
Yeah, no, Richard's the man. He's been doing this for a long time, and he taught me a lot, and he's still here, and now we're still friends, and he comes over and asks me questions about stuff. I ask him questions about stuff, and it's cool. It's cool to see Richard still around. I appreciate everything he did for me in the past, and he's doing it again with Rifkin, and I see he helps Ongaro when he is around Ongaro. And he's a good guy for the industry. He's definitely one of the first to take in the young talent and show them the ways of the road.
Oh yeah. I enjoyed my talk with Richard. He's good people. He's got some great stories, and he's very humble, and I like that about him too.
Yep.
And that's good stuff. Your first real breakout race was the Cactus Classic. I'm not sure what year it was. I don't know how old you was. When was that?
That was 2003. I had raced the Cactus. That was my home race. I don't know, my first Cactus, probably 93, 94, something like that. But yeah, 2003 was the first time I did anything in the mod class, for sure.
So you was what age at this time? 2003, so let's go back.
Yeah, 17, young. 16, something like that.
So you're still young. Was you still in school and all that stuff?
Yeah, I was still in high school. I wasn't racing. I was 75% sponsored by Associated and Reedy. Not a pro driver by any means. I wasn't traveling, going to any events, just because, didn't have the money, obviously school. So, it was basically the first year the B4, Associated came out with a new two-wheel drive car. And I got it the week before the event, built it at the track with my buddy Billy Fisher that I used to race with a lot, and just kind of worked on my own with my local friends, Scott Spear, Billy Fisher, a few other guys that I raced with all the time, and somehow found a setup that worked really well, and I went TQ two-wheel drive modified, ended up winning A2 and A3. I think I raced stock buggy the same year. I think I actually got beaten stock buggy by Billy, but I won mod. Beat all the top guys, and I had an invoice on my table to pay for that buggy. And Mike Reedy came over and was like, "You don't have to worry about paying for that car. You're fine." So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. It was definitely unexpected, and it definitely launched to where I am today.
So after that, that's like your first one. Let's say that's your first 100 deal, and where did it go from there? I mean, you had to finish school. Did you after that race? Did you start racing more, traveling more?
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't think much of it. I'd always had kind of the driving talent, but back then there wasn't really much of this idea of being a pro. There was sponsored guys, but these guys also worked at the companies, like Bill Easton, Mark Pavitas. Ken Wall didn't work at Losi, but all these guys lived in California. Basically, there was only a few guys that didn't live in California that were considered pro guys, and there wasn't much talk of people getting paid, and there wasn't that many companies back then. Now there's so many companies, there's so many avenues you can go down to try to be a quote unquote pro driver. So after that win, I just thought, okay, this is that was fun. It's fun to win, obviously, and Brent Thelke, the team associate team manager, is from Arizona as well, and he had just kind of taken on the role of the team manager, moved to California for Associated, and he mentioned him. We kind of just talked like they were going to try to help me maybe get to a couple events that year, like the Hot Rod Shootout and the Nationals, and that was about it. So I went to both of those events and did pretty well. The Nationals in Albuquerque, the track was essentially, kind of the same as what the Cactus was. They were kind of, all the tracks back then were like that, like outdoor, really high bite, a lot of tire wear. So went there and did pretty well. I think I finished on the podium in truck mod. Not really sure the rest of the results, but yeah, I think 2005 is probably when I really became, did the full traveling circus, as we like to call it. Like, that was my first world championship in Italy. So yeah, I mean, it was I would say it was a slow start. I definitely didn't jump all the way into it at first.
What was you? No, you finished, because in America you guys finished school at 18. Was you working on anything besides RC car racing?
Yeah, well, my parents were janitors for that's what they did for a job. They worked at the Boys and Girls Club, and I would go to work with them. They would go to work really early in the morning, and I would go with them and help them kind of before school, go to school. And then I was also in automotive school and worked at Big O Tires for a while. I kind of worked for my buddy's tree trimming company that, obviously tree service,
yes.
Basically any tree removal or tree trimming. That job sucked for sure. And then I worked at a grocery store. That was probably my first job, like outside of working with my parents, just bagging groceries and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, I did a couple.
So you've had real life experience. You've had real world work experience before you became a pro driver.
Yes, I've worked real jobs, and I know I'm lucky to be able to do what I do, and yeah, I definitely don't want to go back to trimming trees. That's for sure. No, and I respect anybody that does it. Yeah, it's tough work.
It is. I mean, I think that's really important, because nowadays we have parents taking their kids out of school and putting them in homeschool to like focus on RC racing and stuff like that. And to me, I get it what they're trying to do, but I also think that takes away from a kid's experience in high school. And I think all people, like when I was 16, dude, I was out working. Like we finished in Bermuda. We finished school at 16. I was working. I was traveling. Like I came on my first trip here to the Dominican Republic and stuff like that. So I definitely think that's a good thing for kids. Even if your goal is to be a pro RC racer, a real world job. So you want to even work even harder to be a pro RC guy if you can do it. So good stuff, man. I think that's cool. Now, as you was coming up, well, we kind of when did you transition to full-time professional? Like, I'm getting paid for this.
Well, I don't really remember exactly. I think maybe before the Worlds in Italy, I was getting like a little bit of money. Like, I think my first paycheck, I want to say was maybe $500 a month. And then I went to the Worlds in Italy and TQ'd four-wheel drive. I finished third in both classes. I think I had a pretty good year outside of that Worlds. And then I think that my next pay raise was maybe up to $800. I remember getting $800 for quite a while, and I decided to move to California to try to refocus on what I wanted to do. Like, I knew I wanted to race, and I was kind of hanging out with not a great group of guys outside of RC in Arizona, and getting into trouble and stuff. So I woke up one morning and decided, you know what, I got to get out of here. So I packed up my car and left. Didn't really tell anybody. And I was only there for a year, but that was a big year for me as far as just learning the ropes of RC and seeing how, you know, at the time the real pro guys were doing it. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't like you know, you don't win one race and all of a sudden they hand you a fat check. You know, it was something that I loved to do and made sacrifices to do as well as my parents did. And you know, it's crazy where it's taken me, and it's been fun. Looking back, it's always great stories. I mean, anytime I'm with Joe Pillars and Cavalieri, because we lived together, I slept on their couch for a couple months, and you know, that was good times going to SoCal and burning laps and causing trouble. It was good.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see that, and I'm glad you say that, because a lot of people have this in their brain that if I could just win this one race, I'm gonna be a pro. It doesn't really work like that. You have to. It takes a lot of work, man. Like anything in life, it's a lot of work, and in RC, it's even harder because it's such a small window to do it. So
right. Yeah, I mean, you're only as valuable as your last race, you know, and until you get to a certain level, you know, once you can show companies and you know, sponsors that you can go anywhere and perform on the same level that you typically do, that's when you truly become a pro driver. You know, having one good weekend, even say you beat everybody, you know, that you beat the best in the world, that really doesn't show that you can do this. You have to go to the next week and do it again, and the next week and do it again. And the only way you can do that is by coming home and putting your results behind you and focusing on the next week.
Yes.
And I think that's what some people forget, and you know, they just kind of sit and relish in their results, and you know, that's not how you keep yourself motivated. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Who were some of the drivers that you looked up to when you was coming up through the ranks? Who were some of the guys you tried to, I wouldn't say emulate, but, you know, I want to beat him, or I want to be like him, or I want to be better than him, whatnot?
Yeah, I don't remember anybody in particular that I wanted to emulate or beat. I remember going to the Reedy race in the late 90s, I think 95, 96, 97. My parents took me to the Reedy race, and remember they had the invite class like they do now, and all the all the invite guys pitted in the same spot, and my mom would have a coffee pot and, you know, always have snacks and all that stuff, and Mike Reedy would always be around, you know, drinking coffee and talking with my parents. So it was really cool how he spent time speaking with me and my parents, and we were nobodies, you know, we were just people. Mm-hmm. And another, Mike obviously wasn't a pro driver, but he was a legend. Even then, everybody knew who Mike Reedy was. And then meeting Derek Fertani, he still works for Kyosho. He was, I remember he just was different. Like, you know, he had really long hair, and he was super funny and outspoken, and I kind of gravitated towards him, and, you know, I always wanted to put his car down. I remember he ran like a Predator 4-wheel drive car at one point. I remember looking at that thing like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And yeah, he let me like put his car on the track, and I thought that was the best thing ever. And you know, all those guys back then, most of those guys were really cool. I remember Matt Francis, Mark Francis being really nice, and it was just you know, I looked up to them as far as just, you know, wanting to be able to do what they do. Mm-hmm. And I remember just looking at everybody's cars, because back then it was like an art to build a car. Yeah. You know, now you can just build a kit, and anybody can make their car look like my car. And back then you would look at like Brian Kinwald's car, and it was like, holy crap, that thing is, you know, couldn't even recognize what it was. It was so cool. You know what I mean? So it was definitely different back then. Just getting to see those guys, getting to see all their stuff. There was no social media. You had magazines.
Yes.
You had to wait 2-3 months to even see results from the last big event. So yeah, that was cool to be able to go see that at such a young age, and that was good.
I remember those times, man. RC car action, like begging my mom to buy that like for a month, and then I would like work and make enough money to get them, and then ordering my first car through the magazine. I was crazy. It was good stuff. That's good times in the 90s. Also, a big influence in your career has been Jason Ruona. I mean, I've talked to him on numerous times. He talks extremely highly of you. You have kind of been with JConcepts from the beginning, I want to say. Yep. And you've been with him for a long time now. How influential has Jason been in your decisions in your career over the years?
Yeah, Jason and I have been working together since the beginning, basically. Kind of before there even was a JConcepts. I don't really remember. I think I met Jason. He worked at Proline in the 90s, and I ran for Proline. I think that's when we first met. And then he started, when I started kind of going into the racing scene more, or the touring scene, I should say. Mm-hmm. They had just done the BJ4, like the first version that he had ran at the 2003 Worlds, and they were starting at the time. Associated didn't have a 4-wheel drive car, so he was kind of starting to work with them to get their drivers like Mark Pavidis and Scott Brown and a few of these guys to run his car, basically. And I was kind of right there on the cusp of all that happening. He had been making bodies kind of in his garage, so I was running his bodies just because I liked the way they looked. But I was running Proline tires, and yeah, I don't know, just developed a friendship. I think he liked the way I drove, and saw the potential. And yeah, we've been doing it ever since. Just anytime there's a serious decision on the table, I rely on him to give me the good feedback on kind of what the both sides of the plate, so to speak, the good and the bad, and we can discuss it. And he's always had sound advice, no matter what the question is. So it's been a good relationship. I've helped him, kind of expose his brand and what his products are capable of doing. And he's helped me, I would say, further my career and keep me pointed in the right direction.
Yeah. Rona's a very smart guy. I really admire what he's done in the industry, like starting from his garage to what he has now, and he's still very active in RC. They sponsor a lot of things. He's doing these different series. I think that's all great stuff. So kudos to Rona, man. I'm nobody, but I think he's been very good for the industry, and I love what JConcepts is doing, and good stuff, man. That's always good stuff.
Yep.
So let's talk a little bit about your 8-scale career, because this podcast is really more about Nitro, and because we believe Nitro is the glory. You really, Thunder Tiger, that's what you kind of cut your teeth on, an 8-scale. And a lot of people may not know what Thunder Tiger is, but this is one of the top brands back in the day. You actually run a Raw Nats with it. Which one was that, and where was it to?
I believe it was 2006, and it was at the farm in North Carolina.
The Farm 2? Yeah, Farm 2.
The Farm 2, yep. And I was running, obviously, Proline at the time. That was really the only tire. I mean, back then, you had like 2 tire options. Mm-hmm. You ran Cran Fighters or bow ties, and working with Richard Saxton. And I think it was honestly one of my first big Nitro events. We went there, and my buddy Jake Thayer came to be my mechanic, and we walked away with the trophy. I mean, I remember it was back then, it was kind of, if you could finish the main, you were definitely going to be fighting for the win. And I think I qualified 6th or 7th, something like that. And Jake stayed up all night. I went to bed. He stayed up all night building that thing, gluing everything together. Back then you had a shoe goo stuff. it was like Degani used to call build your car for war, and that's what you had to do.
Polishing shock shafts and all that stuff. Was this the tunnel chassis, or had they had moved on from the regular chassis after that, and the shocks were the shocks still going through the front arms?
The kit still came with those parts, but Richard, we were running a flat chassis on that car. I think we were running a raised rear end, like raising the diff.
Mm-hmm.
The front shocks went through the upper arms.
Yeah.
Which was kind of crazy. And the car was not a stereotypical car. It was definitely different. And but it sometimes worked. I don't want to say it definitely wasn't the best car, but it worked. Richard won some events with it, and then somehow I won the nationals. A couple guys had problems in the main. I think Chad Bradley's tire fell off on the straightaway while he was leading and blew his engine up.
Taylor James was at that race too. Taylor James was on fire in Nitro at that time.
Yeah, Taylor James, he was running jamming, always super fast. It was crazy. It was kind of a surprise victory, and still to this day, that's my only A-scale national win. So I need to.
You know what? I didn't even realize that. I need to. You know what? I'm going to tell you, to try and find out things about drivers on the internet in RC is really difficult. So I didn't even know that was your only Raw Nats win, but you got plenty of time for more, dude. So that's not a big deal. I'm sure you got a couple in the bag. Now, another race that has escaped your grasp and you've come close is the Worlds, the 8-scale Worlds. Would you consider the 8-scale Worlds like the upper echelon race that every person that's racing off-road wants to win?
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely. I don't want to say that we hang our hat on that race every year to define, our career or our year or whatever, because it's. I mean, you just never know what's going to go down. You don't know what the track's going to do. You don't know what the weather's going to do. I mean, it's a total crapshoot. You know what I mean? It's so long. I've been to a few of these Worlds where, I've dominated a day or two of qualifying, and then all of a sudden the track changes and I can barely put it in the main, or barely finish top 10. And, that happens to a lot of people. But yes, if you can win the A-Scale World Championship, you can definitely hold your head high that you conquered one of the gnarliest, the hardest, the longest events, and you beat everybody because everybody goes to that race because it's still one of those events where anybody can win it. If you're a pro guy from anywhere around the world, that track could potentially suit your driving style or your car or your tire a little bit better that weekend. You know what I mean? So that's what makes it so crazy is you just don't know. You have no clue what to expect or what's going to happen. So if you can end the weekend, on the podium or even just making the main because the weekend's so long, you're like, oh, all right. Thank God it's going pretty well. You know what I mean? Because it's crazy, man, for sure.
Well, I have a little list here. And in 2008, you was running Associated at the farm too. That race, I remember.
Yep.
You was very close. 2010 was with the one that Cody won. You was in the mix as well, but I can't recall what happened there. TLR. When you in 2014 in Italy, dude, you was out front, getting ready to dominate, and then I believe you had a servo go wrong.
Yeah, we can go through each list, and I can tell you exactly what went.
All right, well, let's do 2008 then. Let's start there. 2008
was the RC8. I think our first Worlds as associated with our A-scale car, and it had rained and poured, and just the week was chaos. And Cavalieri and I'm pretty sure we started first and second in the main after the semis. I started first, and I led a lot of the event, a lot of the main, and came in for my last fuel stop, I believe, second to last fuel stop in the lead, and fouled the plug in the pits.
No way.
Yeah, and just they changed the plug, went back out, and I'm not sure where I finished. That was the year Hara won. He went 10-minute stops. And then 2010, that was in Thailand, and I led, qualified on the pole out of the semis, went basically the whole race in front, I think at the 45-minute mark. I flipped over. There's a huge bank sweeper around the left side of the track. I was running a low C pull strap fuel tank pull to like open the tank for the pit guys, and my body didn't really cover it well to protect it from crashing. I didn't learn this until that main, and I flipped over and it just opened the tank just a little bit. It was like, what was crazy was Live RC actually had it on video and they slow-mo replayed it for me, and because I was blaming my pit guys that they ran me out of gas.
Right.
And they actually showed me the video. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. So I ran out of gas like 10 feet before the start-finish line as they called me in to come get fuel.
No way.
Yeah, that one was a heartbreaker. That one I smashed the radio in my own. I walked back to the pit. We were pitting in these containers, and I walked back there, and I was seeing red because it was so close and just exploded that thing, and I sweeped it up and went home and bought a new one before anybody even knew about it.
Yeah.
And 2012, Argentina, we had a prototype car. That thing was really handmade. I got into the main. I remember, I think I was maybe the only guy with the associated car in the main. I actually did get in the lead for a little while. It didn't last long. Robert Battle was untouchable at that race. I think I ended up finishing 5th. And then what's next? 14? That was... Which one was that?
That was in Italy, the one Thai one.
Yeah.
So that was to do TLR. Yeah.
That one was good. We made a lot. I had just came onto the team Losi. Really not much experience with the car. Adam Drake and the rest of the team, we worked really hard and made it work on the concrete. I started on the pole out of the semis, and what sucked there was in the semis, I remember the car feeling a little weird at the end of the semi, and I thought maybe it was just tire wear. Like the front end wasn't as precise as I wanted it to be, and I thought maybe it was the tires. So came back, kind of went through the car, and went back out for warm-up, and it still had that same feeling, and I had this sneaky suspicion that it was probably a servo, and it was too late. And I was kind of losing steering. But I was leading. Car was amazing. Went through this crazy high-speed chicane in the back of the track and just wasn't even close. I can't believe I didn't saw the front of the car off. And then that just TKO'd the servo the rest of the way.
Yeah.
That was a bummer.
It was a shame, dude, because you was way out front. Like, you was just... Yeah. It was pretty... I remember watching that race, and I was like, no way. No way.
Yeah, that one was heartbreaking. I remember walking down and... Jason, he had made a bunch of new tires for that track, and we had the best tires. Everything was working great, and just, it was a bummer. Man, that was a bummer for sure. And then 2000, what's next, 16?
Yep. In Vegas.
That was in Vegas, yep. That one I went in really confident. We had done a lot of rough track testing because we knew that track was going to be crazy. And it just, I never got the car to where it needed to be. I think I basically I barely made the main. I circulated around probably, between 7th and last, basically the whole hour. And, I just never got it going. And then obviously 18, went okay, a little better.
Yeah. I mean, well, that brings us, you did really well. I mean, you finished 3rd, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So now that brings me to your 8-scale program now, which is you joined Mugen in 2017. Yes, after you and that era, and it's your 8-scale program has been like top notch, been solid ever since. What do you think has made that happen? Is it the people that you're working with? I know Drake and Truy are helping you out a lot. I watched them guys help you out a lot at the DNC this year. But I mean, I think so. Like, really, the Mugen has suited you since you joined.
Yeah, I mean, I think just coming to a brand like Mugen, they obviously have decades of experience with racing A-scale, and the cars are very, I don't want to say easy, but, they're solid. That doesn't take a ton to figure out the car. And especially when you have a guy like Adam that's doing this every day. Right when I got there, I went to Mugen and he built, I sat and built a car with him, and he taught me all the little tricks and, secrets, and which there really isn't many, just to make sure you put this together that way and yada yada. So, it was a really smooth transition. Having Truri on the team as well, he's good with the setups and, watching a car and kind of seeing what it's doing and being able to turn that into, let's, move the shock here or the upper A arm there or whatever. And so it's good. I mean, you're only as good as the people around you, and those two are one of the best or some of the best that's ever raced. And obviously the car, speaks for itself. It's not always the fastest car, but it's never the slowest car. And, you can kind of you can tune it to almost any surface, which is very important. It's been great. We've had a lot of success, a few heartbreaks, but there's been a lot more good than bad, and that's all you can ask for in racing.
Oh yeah, I definitely think the good has outweighed the bad. I mean, it's been pretty good, and that leads me into our next question. I talked to you at DNC the Sunday before the finals, and two people stood out to me that day who I thought are going to win. Actually, three. You was very confident, and I think he was really fired up about the whole Euro versus USA thing. And Ronafok was the other person who was very confident. We know he broke. And Ongaro was confident too. But you actually went out there after you and Ronafok kind of checked out, and then he made some mistakes. You caught him up, and you passed him, and then he broke. And then it was just like you just like kicked it into overdrive, and was just like, yeah, that's it. You just, as for better terms, you Mayfielded DNC. So, what was your thinking like? Because when I spoke to you on the morning, you was like super like I don't know if I was there. I was looking like the intensity was there, and you're like, I'm gonna beat these guys. Like this is what I'm gonna do. So and. You wasn't at that time. To that time, you wasn't the fastest guy. Ronafok was fast. Ongaro was fast. But we all know that the fastest guy in qualifying doesn't always win the race. So, how did you Let's talk us through the race and talk us through your pre-race mental program that you went through before that.
Yeah, I mean, any of these Nitro races, it doesn't. I mean, obviously you want to qualify well, but you want to go off of what the car feels like. For a long race, especially at a race like the Nitro Challenge, because the practice is so limited. I mean, even qualifying's limited, 3 5-minute runs. So you really got to spend every moment on the track not worried about speed so much, but worried about what the car is doing for the entire time you're on the track, and trying to find the most comfort. If you can find the most comfort and you're out there TQing, then cool. But when I'm coming back and, after maybe getting a second place run or a third place run, I'm not really focused on how do I go finish first. I want to try to focus on what do I need to do to make this thing more comfortable for the 45-minute main or hour-long main, whatever it is, whatever race we're at. So that's really what I tried to do. I knew I had a very comfortable car going into the final, which I knew was going to be key. Because basically all the conditions were severe. The weather conditions were severe. The track conditions were severe. The lighting conditions were severe. So I just knew that if I could make sure the car was put together right, and I didn't do anything to cause harm to my race, as far as maybe picking the wrong fuel mileage and picking the wrong tires, whatever it may be, that I was going to have a shot to win. So that was, really my focus just going in. And, I was probably a little bit fired up. I don't get where this whole Euro thing came from. This whole gyro talk started last year at the Nitro Challenge. And it was probably started a little bit before that. And, basically this came about because at Padova, where a lot of these guys race, gyros are illegal.
Are illegal. They're illegal. Yeah.
Yeah, they're legal. So now they all tell us that, pro guys can't make a gyro work. Like, they're for the beginners. They let the beginners use them, and, which may be true.
Mm-hmm.
But, we went to Nitro Challenge last year. It was, all of a sudden there was 2 guys, I won't name names, that went crazy fast in one of the qualifiers. And, of course, that sparked a conversation. And then once they started checking for them and they were announcing that gyros are illegal, and if we find them, you'll be removed, all of a sudden they weren't fast anymore. So I think that's really what just kind of, for us, almost, I don't want to say solidified,
right,
but just kind of like, okay, this is weird. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, ever since then, it's been the talk of the town. Obviously at the Worlds, what went down in tech afterwards,
yes,
I don't know who brought up that Ongaro might be using a gyro. I know I was approached by a couple people accusing me of saying it, but I definitely wasn't the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously I probably was talking about it amongst my inner circle, but
right.
I never, accused anybody officially,
Mm-hmm.
To any of the IFMAR officials. There was no official protest filed by anybody. And, they did a sweep of his car, they did a sweep of my car, they did a sweep of Ty's car, and they never, they didn't find anything. So
right.
I think, there was some guys playing with them at a few of these races, but I don't think they are anymore.
Okay.
And if they are running them, maybe they're just, it's not helping them quite as much on some of these tracks as it potentially was. But, I don't know. It's all speculation,
Mm-hmm.
And I think anytime you see, for any of us, you see somebody going fast that you're not used to going fast, you might think the first thought's like, whoa, what are they doing?
Yeah.
Different than what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then if somebody goes, oh, they're doing this.
It gets planted in your mind. And you're
right.
like, oh, yeah, I can see that. I understand
So,
that.
yeah, I mean, I don't think there's never been this, now there's this.
I think it's friendly, though. I think it's good for RC.
It is, but it's, it's not, because this is a really small world.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And we all have to race each other. And it's not like there's all these new people coming in. You know what I mean? Like, we all have to race each other, and we all have to do it competitively, and we all should be doing it respectfully as well. And at the Nitro Challenge, I wasn't feeling that respect. A lot of us weren't feeling that respect coming from their direction, from a few guys. The Truggy main, when I was coming up to lap a few people while Ongaro was in second, I mean, it was like they had all guns out shooting for my truck, and luckily I just wasn't letting them catch me. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's wrong. Don't get me wrong. I don't
Yeah.
believe in people should be trying to take out. If you feel like people are trying to take you out, I don't agree with that. I want to see racing. I like the rivalry because it's good to see, because I think in all racing, drama and rivalry, it makes it exciting. But I don't want to see I want to keep it friendly. Like, I talk about it a lot, but I keep it friendly because I like to tease a lot of my American friends, and I love it. But when you start taking it and, like you're saying, you feel that they're purposely trying to do things to you, then it goes too far. I do agree with you there. So
yeah, I mean, I think it's just, the communication barrier is not, it's not there because we obviously all don't speak the same language. But, I think the respect level should be there, and, maybe they're not feeling the respect from our side because the gyro talk is so rampant.
yes,
So there's definitely blame on both sides, and hopefully we can just be done with this gyro thing.
yeah, I think so too. I think we gotta get rid. We just this is how I look at it. Until somebody actually gets caught with one, nobody's using them. That's how I look at it. So,
yeah, I agree, but it's
hard.
anytime you're just like, if somebody's coming to these races and they're just blowing you out, like, okay, tenths of a second's fine, but if somebody's going seconds faster than you, it's always like, wait a minute, you know what I mean? So that then the conversation's going to come back.
Mm-hmm.
So
always, unfortunately.
Now, yeah, unfortunately. So hopefully, everybody's racing fairly. And the truth to the matter is we actually don't have a way to tech it unless you bring in people that know what these electronics are. You bring in people from Sanwa, from KO, from Futaba, and they actually tear these things down to the bone. There's no way to tech for it. So until we're actually going to do that, the conversation is going to exist. So, which is unfortunate, but it just is what it is.
Yes, I agree, man. I'm kind of tired of hearing it. I understand both sides of the fence, so I'm just like, but I just say it like until we catch them, or if they're using them, and until somebody gets caught, it's hard to say. So, right. But I still like the rivalry, and I think it's good because I'm just about making RC exciting, but I want it to be respectful, and I'm always about friendly rivalry. I don't want, I know emotions get carried. It's racing. We're men. We're racing. Yes, we're gonna get emotional at things. Like we want to win. We want to beat each other. It's human nature. So I don't mind a little crap talk, a little banter, as long as it's not like stupid. And
the bummer thing about the whole thing is that in Europe, this is the strongest group of drivers they've had
in a long time,
ever in my racing career.
Well, in your racing career.
Yeah, in my racing career. I mean, you have 4 or 5 guys that can go to any event and compete for the win. And, America, we've always kind of had the stronger crop of drivers. But right now, I mean, it's crazy. The competition is amazing.
Yes.
And, all those guys work, their tails off to be as fast as they are. And they're all great drivers.
Yes.
And they all work super hard. And they do it a little different than we do. They run different setups. They run different tires, but they can get to the same speed or sometimes faster than us. And, when this conversation pops up, it's a bummer for them.
Yeah.
It's taking credibility away from their work. And it sometimes makes us look like little, whiny brats, basically. But, it's at the same time, it's like where there's smoke, there's fire. And we're not the people accusing them. We have people from their country and from their federations or whatever telling us that this is what's happening. You know what I mean? So basically, I think if it's really happening, they need to get it in check over there first.
Yes.
And then then the conversation will start to dissipate, and it won't be such a thing.
Yeah.
But
till
then,
I totally agree.
It is what it is.
And the thing about the Europeans, we're just talking about the crop of racers that are coming up now in your time. There's a lot of young guys they have over there that are fast and coming as well. And I think it's because they also focus a lot more on one class. Like they focus on 8 scale, and that's what they do, and they race that all the time. So obviously you have to race 10 scale and go to all these different events. So it takes from your 8 scale program. So I get it. One thing I wanted to ask you about DNC, I saw you went with a different paint job with the white on the back. Did that help you out as well? Because that track wasn't well lit, and I'm sure the white body was good to help you out with your sight.
I'm getting old, man.
We all are.
Yeah. Basically, we had a race at Tony Schumacher's track, the Nitro compound here in Arizona, a new track, great facility. And it was dark, Basically, I've always had a little bit of a problem with when I'm out in the sunlight all day long and then trying to get my eyes to adjust at night. Everything's really blurry and kind of my eyes glaze over. I think that's pretty typical of most people.
Right.
But yeah, I was doing a race there and I ran an all white body and I could see my car fine. I looked at Spencer's car going around the track, Spencer Rifkin's car, and I couldn't see it at all. And I'm like, oh man, I need to maybe consider making a change to something. So I just asked Jason to do me up some white bodies and, not all white, but the scheme everybody saw at the Nitro Challenge. And yeah, it was mainly just to see it better at night. And it was a huge advantage, just to be able to, if you can see your car that much better, then it's going to help. You know what I mean?
Of course.
So yeah, I think I might keep them as my Nitro paint jobs. I think they look cool going around the track. It's easier to spot my car. And I'll keep the blue for the 10 scale side and a white, maybe the white for the A scale. And
good stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be cool. I think they look cool too. Now,
thank you.
Another thing that I've noticed, when I've been to a few races and I've watched you race, is your ability to make up from mistakes. You can, when you do make a mistake, you have the ability to like gain speed somewhere else to make up for it. Is like, how is your focus when you're driving? Like, okay, like if you got this guy behind you that's chasing you, where do you go mentally to keep your cool and say, okay, I got to do this and I got to do that?
Yeah, when I'm leading, I know that obviously I'm going fast enough to be leading, and that the guy behind me is going to have to obviously drive faster than me to catch me. So I tell myself, make them make a mistake, so I try to lock it into where I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm just doing what I know, to do, what lines to do, just to like keep it at a certain lap time, and keep that pace just really steady, and try to force them to make a mistake, because it's the same thing if I'm chasing somebody down. When you're chasing, you're more likely to make a mistake because you're obviously pushing harder. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a mental thing. You just got to kind of take a breath and not look at it as pressure, but look at it as an opportunity to break the will of the guy behind you a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, just lock it in and cruise around and keep the pace and not worry about. You can't go faster. If you're already leading, you're going fast enough. So there's no reason to try to push harder.
That's actually a good quote. That's actually really a good quote. Okay, so you're 32. You're in the prime of your career. You're kicking ass. You're doing well. You're winning. The Worlds is every 2 years, so the next one's 8 scale. Next year's in 2020. How much time do you have left? Do you think? How many more years can you be at this level?
I have no idea. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any cases or drivers before myself and Cavalieri, Tebow, to really go off of, because I don't think any of the guys before us, like the Pavitas and the Kenwalds and the Francises, I don't think they were making quite the same money that we're getting paid now, and they weren't racing as much as we're racing. Okay. You really lose your ability, or not lose, but your ability starts to deteriorate when you stop racing. Yes. You know what I mean? Or that if your focus is now somewhere else. So those guys had to focus on careers outside of RC, because at the end of the day, the amount of time we put in, if you're not getting paid a decent amount of money, it can seem like a waste of time. You know what I mean? So, I'm not saying that we're getting paid millions. We're not getting rich by any means, but we make enough to live a life and continue to work, and do what we love to do. And I don't know if those guys were afforded the same opportunities. Most of them had jobs in the industry. So yeah, I don't really know. I think the mold's kind of being built right now, maybe for how long you can do this. And I believe that I can do it as long as my focus allows me to, and that my attention can remain on racing and bettering myself and my equipment. So I hope to do it for a long time. Yeah. It's a great. I'm looking forward. I have a son now. I would love to do it with him when he gets older, because it is a great family, hobby sport, and it would be something that we can do together for a long time, just like my father and I did. So, I hope to do it for as long as I possibly can. Obviously, if my abilities start to fade, then I have talents that can hopefully keep me in the industry. As far as testing and developing, and whatever somebody wants to put me to work doing. Yeah,
that was my next question. Like, are you going to race forever like Saxton, or do you think you just get a job in the industry? I'm sure there's a place at JConcepts for you eventually.
Yeah, I don't think there's any. There's no pressure for me to do anything from anybody. I'm going to race as long as I can. And that's kind of, I think that's my goal. That's Cavalieri's goal. That's Tebow's goal. And if it's not their goal, it should be, because, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we have, at our fingertips, essentially.
Yes.
No pun intended. But, we get to do what we love, and we get to travel the world doing it, and it is a lot of work, and it's a lot of time away from home. But when we're home, I'm lucky enough I get to be home. You know what I mean? I don't have to go to a job. Obviously, I have to work and prepare while I'm home. So, yeah, I don't know. I hope to do it as long. I mean, even if I'm not winning races and I'm not, being paid to race RC cars and go win anymore, I still want to race.
Yeah.
I enjoy it. Even outside of racing, I have cars I go to the desert with and beat the crap out of them. And
really,
yeah. I mean,
you like to
it's
bash?
A hobby.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's cool.
Yeah, I like to bash.
That's
for
awesome.
Sure. The problem is nobody makes a strong enough car.
You into scale trail? I remember Jason saying something about it on his podcast with Gotti, that you actually he bought a whole crawler and a scale truck and all that stuff and got really into
I've
it.
done it all. I've had all the boats. I've done airplanes. I did the crawlers. The crawlers are cool because they look cool.
Yeah. And
the mechanics of them are cool, but they're too slow.
But you can drink beer while you drive them. Like, just put some beer in your Camelback and go for a walk and do them.
Yeah, for sure.
I think you're just an RC enthusiast. I like everything RC, dude. I've even had a sailboat. Like, we race them in Bermuda. Like,
I don't know if I'd go with a sailboat, but I'm with you. I'm an enthusiast, absolutely.
Okay, awesome. And age is nothing but a number. I mean, I will give two great examples who I think Drake is in his 40s. He's not as fast as he used to be, but he still can get the job done. He's still fast. Yep. Billy Easton's 42, probably going 43. He took a break from RC and he's back racing again, and he's still doing good. So, I mean, it's feasible that you could be doing this. I believe you can be doing this in your 40s and still be competitive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. Like I said, I think, as long as if you continue to do it and you continue to race and push yourself, and the key is racing on a high level. You know what I mean? Going out and just burning laps doesn't do anything for you. You have to race the fastest guys, and that's what keeps you on your toes and keeps you there. So if I can keep doing that, then I hope to do it for a long time, for sure.
Cool. Awesome. Good stuff. So we all know you've been very outspoken throughout your career. You wear your heart on your sleeve. You tell people what's on your mind and say what you think. Do you think that? I think that's great, honestly. I think more drivers should do that. Where does that come from? Is that just your passion oozing out and just like,
Yeah, I mean, I guess if anybody's ever met my dad, you probably know where it comes from.
Okay.
But no, I don't know. I've kind of always been that way, and when it is I would say it is the passion coming out of me, or just my fire to win and perform. And sometimes it comes out in not a great way. I'm working on it. It's definitely been better. I've been able to kind of learn how to woo-saw.
Yeah.
kind of. And but that it is what it is. I've had some problems in the past, smashing radios and maybe yelling and stuff like that, and driving my car into a wall, and but it is kind of what it is. I've apologized for anything I've ever done wrong. When you're in the heat of the moment and you're going for a national championship win, or any win, doesn't really matter. Everywhere I go, I want to win, and I'm expected to perform at the highest level. And really, I only get mad at things that are out of my control. If it's my fault I didn't win, if it's my fault the car broke, I don't really get mad because I know it's my fault. But when it's something that I can't control, and it was something that was avoidable, and it cost me the win, then there's anger there. And it's honestly, I don't think anybody I'm around would want it any other way. Obviously maybe I could handle it a little bit better occasionally. But if I walk off the driver's stand leading the Nationals and my car breaks because another car flipped across the lane and I'm not mad, then that just means I don't care.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And, when I see people getting emotional and getting, pissed off about losing, that just shows me that they care and that they're fired up. And, at the moment, there's no other way to handle that anger. You know what I mean? And, what else? There's not like a punching bag right there. There's not, there's no private time for us to relax.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And take a breath. Everybody's watching exactly what's happening, and especially now with social media. So everything gets blown out of proportion. And, I know I've been demonized online, and, people think I'm an asshole, and, it is what it is. The true people that are around me, my true friends, they know who I am. They know I would do do anything for anybody at any time. And, but I do have a fiery streak, and I think that's what also makes me as good as I am at times, is because I don't like it. I overcome adversity, or I try to, and if that adversity is something that is not overcome, I can't overcome it, and it wasn't my fault, then it turns into anger, and it's just part of it. So
yeah, I think honestly, I was one of those guys that judged you. I always liked you as a racer. I think you're awesome. And then I would see you at these races, and I was nervous to talk to you. And I'm like, why am I nervous to talk to another man? We're all men at the end of the day, and we're all human, so we all make mistakes. And then we actually got to talk at DNC, and I was like, man, he's and I got to see a different side of you, and I was like, yeah, he's just a regular guy. And
most honestly, that side you saw, that is me.
Yeah.
And I have a very intense face, I guess, and I'm definitely an intense person. And when I'm mad, I definitely put off a vibe like, stay the F away. You know what I mean? But it's not intentional. It's just who I am, and I work on it. I try to get get away if I'm in that kind of mood. I try to just get away, so I'm not showing that side. But it's impossible to get away. You got to be there. You have to do your work. And I people say that I'm not very approachable, and I don't feel I am. Anybody can come talk to me. I for sure don't have the happiest face, the most approachable face, but don't let that stop you.
Yeah.
And
I think people just need to realize, I understand it, man. You guys are in the limelight. If you didn't have this passion, like you said, then something would be wrong. Then you wouldn't win what you win. So I get it. It's like yin and yang. And you know what? I like that you're not politically correct. I like that you're not vanilla. I wish more drivers were like that. I wish they did speak their mind, because then it would make everything more exciting. So I think you should. Okay, if you want to turn it down a little bit, I get that, but say what's on your mind, man. If you think this guy hacked you, say that. And you know what? Next race, people's gonna be watching to see what happens. That's what racing's all about, and that's what helps build racing and make it more exciting, in my opinion. So
yeah, I mean, I agree. It would be nice if everybody understood that. I understand that a rivalry is great, but it needs to be a friendly rivalry. And if I go say something about somebody publicly, it always gets taken out of context. So we really can't. Like I said earlier, this is a very small world. We have to see each other every week.
Yeah.
So you really can't go bash people. It's just, yeah, I mean, I speak my mind. I try to say what's on my mind, but at the same time, I sometimes get in trouble with it. And, the court of public opinion doesn't often favor what I think or what I do, but luckily they're not the judge of me. And, just read the comments, laugh, have a good laugh with everybody, and move on.
You know what silences people? Winning. When you're winning, they can't say nothing. They'll be like, ah.
Yep.
So, and you've been doing that. Let's talk about what happened at the World's Banquet. That was involved you, and of course involved the Finnish village idiot Joseph Quagrain.
Yep.
And honestly, he kept saying to me, oh yeah, me and Mayfield's cool, we're friends. And I'm like, Joseph, like, what are you talking about? And we had this conversation at DNC. Okay, and I get your point 100%. I would have done the same thing you done. So let's talk about that, because it was funny. You actually succeeded in doing something that not many people have done in the RC industry, and that's to shut Joseph up. So kudos to that, because I haven't even figured out how to do that yet.
Yeah, I mean, it was, obviously Joseph, you want to talk about outspoken, he's obviously the king of that. And most of the time I like what he has to say, and he has good ideas, and, but then other times, like he was talking poorly about Adam. And that's kind of been going on for a long time. And, it's fine if Adam is playing along, but Adam, he's not playing along. It's not funny to him. And he's not the kind of guy that's going to, say anything publicly or do anything. It's just not his personality. So Joseph went up on stage at the banquet and said something. And, I felt like when it was my time to go up on stage, and that I would just, basically defend Adam. Not saying Adam needs defending, that he's defenseless, but, I knew that, I just felt like that was the right point. That was the right time that everybody was there. And if Joseph felt that he could speak poorly about, one of our greatest ambassadors in front of the world stage, that I could speak poorly about him in front of the world stage. And, to be honest, Joseph was a good sport about it, and,
well, he did turn red like a beet, I heard. So I'm
not sure. I didn't talk to him at the banquet. But we did talk a couple days later once everybody got home, and we discussed it, and there wasn't really any hard feelings, and we went to the next race and we hung out and had a beer, and it's all good. So.
Yeah, I'm constantly on Joseph to stop this. Like, I understand his point, but this is Joseph, and he's hard-headed. And I get that he is like, well, I'm joking and whatever. I say, yeah, but not everybody gets your humor, and maybe he doesn't want to be a part of it. I would love Drake to partake in it, and it would be fun, and it could be friendly. I would love them to. I've told Joseph countless times, man, you should stop this, and you and Drake should talk, because I think they're two very popular figures in RC. Love him or hate him, Drake is popular, and Drake is obviously popular. I think if they work together, they could do a lot of good things. But we're men and we have egos. So Joseph has his ego; he doesn't want to stop. Drake doesn't want to be a part of it. So I get it. Hopefully one day they can squash it and be friends. But I totally get, because if you would have, imagine if you would have been, like you said to us, you would defend your boy. So I get it. I totally get it. And people obviously read into it and all that type of stuff. And yes, it honestly pissed me off, because I woke up and was like, oh man, we had a really good Worlds. What the hell is this? And then I was just like, and then I said to Joseph, I said, sometimes there's a time and place to say things. You should have went up, got your trophy, said thank you, and sat down. But it's Joseph, and that's what we've come to know as Joseph. So, but you guys are still friends. Just
people haven't, Joseph criticizes people publicly, and typically people don't, return the favor, essentially. And there was no malicious intent behind anything. It was mainly just me thinking like, all right, enough's enough. You've said enough. I'm gonna say my piece, and there was no feud or anything going on. And to be honest, it probably wasn't my place to say anything. It wasn't my fight.
Yeah.
But it had been going on long enough, and I know it was well received in the audience, for sure. But yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with Joseph. Like I said, I like some of the things he says. I like some of the things he does. The other stuff, not so much. But bad publicity is good publicity sometimes, and it's the same thing. All whatever the saying is, all publicity is good publicity. Yeah. So, and he definitely has taken a hold of that method, and it's worked well for him.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, I would like to see both of them come together and just squash it. And I just think they can do good things together, but that comes on both sides, and it has to start with somebody. But maybe in the years to come, when Joseph gets a little older, we'll see. I don't know. I can't speak for Joseph, but I have told him many times. Come on, man. Let's stop this. Yeah. But that brings me on to something that you've been very passionate about. That I've heard you say many times on videos or interviews, and it's about having a World Series to actually crown a champion. We're more talking about the Worlds. We all know the Worlds happens every 2 years. It's a great race. I really enjoy watching both the 10 scale off-road Worlds as well as the 8 scale off-road Worlds. We get to see the best people racing each other. DNC was a great example of that this year. We had a lot of the European guys. We had all the American guys. It had a very Worlds flavor, I would like to say, like a Worlds atmosphere. I want to see that happen more. And also, let's be real. You've had times where you could, like your Nationals back in 2017 when you was dominant. Or no, last year at the Nationals when you had that when you flamed out in your semi. If the Nationals was actually a series, that would have raced. You could have come back in like 2 or 3 races and won that. And I think we have to have that in RC. And you've been very vocal about that. What do you feel? I know you're vocal about it, but what do you feel about RCGP? I think most pros think it's a great idea. I know a lot of people's problem with that is Joseph, but I think at the end of the day we have to get over that and focus on what's trying to be done for RC as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, my problem isn't with Joseph at all. I mean, initially, like I said at the banquet, Joseph was trying to get us to buy into this idea, and he was doing it, I felt, the wrong way by, still being publicly disrespectful to a few of our top guys. But we've hashed that out. And my problem isn't with Joseph, and I don't really have a problem with RCGP at all. I guess if I had any complaint is that I don't think this is really the right way to do it. Now, I think what they're trying to do is great, but to ask all of us pro guys to basically replace existing races that have 500, 600, 700 entries of customers that buy our product, and we go to these events instead with, at this point, no following, no customers, we don't know what to expect, is a little ridiculous, to be perfectly honest. Now, if they would have approached us with the idea of, we want to come in, not approach us as drivers, but what I think would have been great, and what we've always said, is that somebody with this idea and the money behind them, like what they have, come in for a year or two and give us a proof of concept that this is what they want to do, and use existing races. Use the Nitro Challenge, use the Silver State, use the Nationals, use the European Nationals. Use these events and then show us how this point system works and how your media abilities work, and show us your ability to bring in outside sponsors and stuff like that. And you're already using events that have, like I said, 500-600 entries at some of these events, and everybody's going to be there already. So now that would be a way to do it. I think that would be an awesome way to do it, and you're not expecting companies to come out of pocket with extra money that they have not budgeted for, which is really the biggest issue at this moment with companies that aren't willing to, not it's not that they're not willing, it's that they didn't budget to spend this much money. For us to go to the Philippines, to go to Europe 3 more times, that's a lot of money. So I like the idea. I think there should be a World Series type format, but it would have been, I think, more well received if they would have worked with guys like Joey Christensen, which now Joey puts on the Dirt Nitro Challenge and the Silver State, so that would have been easy to get that on board. And then whatever other races there are, there's a few in Europe that already exist. I don't know how the logistical side of things would have worked, but I think that would have been an easier pill to swallow for most of the companies and most of the drivers than asking us to add 5 events to our already 30-plus race weekend schedule a year.
I get that.
I hope them well. I hope it works, and if it does work this year, maybe we'll be there next year.
Yeah,
who knows?
I think it's great. Can I just rebuttal to some of your questions? Originally, I know that they were planning on doing it alongside other races, but the way the RCGP format is, it's not possible. They tried to do it with Joey. It's just
that's my complaint is that they are trying to completely change racing. They're trying to change our racing that we already have, which I can appreciate that. IFMAR qualifying is boring, and these races are super long and they're 5 days long and all that stuff. But what they're also trying to sell is that they're amazing media content ability.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So if they came in and gave us a proof of concept that they can put together these awesome media videos for us to use and spin these storylines to where it's super cool and use those tools that are already at their discretion, basically, or their disposal, to paint this portrait of how awesome racing is.
Well,
to get outside sponsors, and then they can do their own events and use the format they want to use to make it even more exciting. That's what we feel kind of as a group would have been the best way to do it.
I understand that, and I know that originally was the plan, but I know because I'm kind of in the background of this. I know that they've approached outside sponsors and stuff like that, but as an outside sponsor, I'm like, oh man, what am I going to cater to? Am I going to, and don't get me wrong, all these races, the dirt, Silver State, all these races that look like guys like me get to go to, they're great, and they still have to happen. Don't get me wrong. But I think, I've said this over and over, I think at the end of the day, as RC is in general, we're not really you're a professional racer, you attack your job professionally, but I don't think we promote RC professionally. Now, in order to do that, you have to have somebody with vision, and I think also doing that and putting it on a platform where other people that are into RC can see that helps, because I'm all about growing the industry, because the more people racing RC cars, the better it is for you, the better it is for manufacturers, hobby shops, tracks, everything. So that's another goal of RCGP. I get that some people, I get it. You want to see this and you want to see that, but until you actually do it, it's hard to,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're trying to set a trend. They're trying to create something new, and I respect that, absolutely. But I think they got a tough road ahead of them as far as proving to all the teams. I know there's some people that have decided to give it a try, and good for them. But to try to get, all of us, especially this year, I mean, the first round in the Philippines is the same week as the Silver State. Yeah. I mean, I know. Who in their right mind is really going to pass up going to Vegas to go to the Philippines? But no offense to the Philippines, but I get it. Scheduling is tough. It's just it happened that way.
Well, unfortunately, the Philippine race has kind of been on that date for the last 4 or 5 years, and then Silver State started last year on that date. So yes, I'm going to be watching both races. I'll be watching this, and I'll be watching Silver State because I think Silver State's going to be a great race as well. Yeah. But I just think, man, I heard people saying we need change and we need this and we need that, and why isn't RC mainstream, and why is drones on RC and on TV and
well, we can talk about that too. I mean, let's look at. Have you ever watched drone racing?
Yes, I have.
Epically boring it is.
It's very boring.
I mean, you can't even tell what's going on. You can't see what they are doing. It just looks like 3 blurs of light going by at 110 miles an hour. Mm-hmm. So, from the story I've been told, now take this with a grain of salt, that basically some TV execs got into drone racing and they pumped a bunch of money into getting it on TV. So if that is the case, it's not because there's a viewer demand, it's because there was money behind it.
Yes. So
not to speak poorly about our racing, but if you can step back and just pretend you don't know what's going on, and you're watching a main event.
Of course. I know where you're going with this.
Can you even tell what's happening?
No, because we're not catering it to spectators. We're catering it to us that know what's going on.
But even if we did cater it to spectators, I mean, the way the cars are painted with all the stickers and, they just look like blurs going around the track. I mean, you would need some pretty high-end TV crew to be able to follow those things around up close. And yeah, I'm not saying it's not possible. What I'm saying is that RC racing is not a spectator sport, especially at this point. Mm-hmm. What it is it's a participation thing. Anybody can do it, and anybody can race at the same track that I'm racing at, that Joseph's racing at, all around the world. And that's what we need to be catering to at this. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm. But how about if we grow that? How about if we make that bigger? So this is my thing. If we make this bigger, like, so we have 500 entries, 700 entries at DNC. But next year, okay, maybe we don't want 1,000 entries because that's a lot. But my thing is all about, RC is so small. I actually did a little, I just went on Instagram the other day and I looked at different drivers that are top drivers like Ronald Kev, 11,000, 12,000 viewers, followers. Then I looked at like motocross. The average motocross guy has 500,000 followers. So think of it like this, if 150 new people got into RC just in America this year, that would impact the industry a lot. Now imagine if 1,000 people got into it over this year around the world. That impacts our industry a lot. The problem is, like you said, people don't know what we're doing. And
there's also no danger involved.
Exactly.
There's no hot chicks involved.
Well, we have to make it cool. I think we have to make it cool.
I agree, but I think what makes it cool is that everybody can, like, nobody can go do what Tomac does.
No, of course.
You know what I mean? And I'm not saying anybody can pick up a radio and do what I do, but they can also go drive around the same track and drive the same car. That's what makes it unique. So I think catering to its uniqueness instead of trying to make it like motocross, because it's never going to be like motocross unless we put fire pits out there and the marshals got to wear helmets and you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, make it some sort of like death race type thing.
Well, sorry,
that's not going to happen.
You
obviously
participated in. We can just about marshal now. Like, my fat ass be out there tripping all over everything. Remember the race that I think you won a 4-wheel or I think Tebow won it
was the Manufacturers Cup in Idaho, I think.
Yeah, I think Rick McCreary and those guys put it on. I like to use this because this is social media wasn't that big, and there was no Facebook Lives and none of this stuff. I mean, even Live RC was in its infancy doing this. We've come a long way since then. I thought this was the best thing to ever happen to RC. The track was like the spectators were that had the biggest jump. The winners, you won like I think you won did you win a 4-wheel?
Yeah, I won a quad.
Yeah, that's so awesome. Like, they handed out to the guy who won Open, they handed out a year TLR sponsorship. Now, if we can take that and make it and broadcast it around the world, we change things. I understand.
Yeah.
We participate. I want to race. I mean, the RCGP races have the RC2 class for the racers. So, okay, I know that a lot of Americans can't go to the Philippines because it's expensive. But around that area, you have the guys from Thailand, you have the guys from Japan, you have the guys from Australia, and all that will take part in that part of the race. But the actual pro side will be completely separate. And not separate, they'll still be there, but it'll just be on a more professional level. And they'll still stream the RC2 part, but the video production comes for the professional side. And I think I understand a lot of people say we don't have information, or you don't do this. It's different. And whenever you're trying to do something different, there's always going to be naysayers. And we're trying to change a culture that's been going on for 35 years now. We've been racing the same for 35 years. And we need to grow our hobby some way. We need to get new people in there. We need to all be working together to do it. I mean, even the guy, we sponsor people. Your company, Mugen, sponsors people because we want them to go out there and get more people involved. And people do that, don't get me wrong. But I just think we need to think bigger. And I think, as I say this all the time, as an industry, the manufacturers need to come together and work together to make things, to grow the hobby. And then when that happens, everybody eats. We make the pie bigger, and everybody has more money to do more things. So then products become cheaper, more innovative. Racing becomes better. But this is my spiel. I've done it a whole bunch of time. I get what you're saying as well. I really hope to see you racing in it next year. I think it's a shame that you aren't this year, but I do understand why. Don't get me wrong. I'm just passionate about it because I want to see you racing there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason other than budget, really, and that we've scheduled to go to these events, and the events that we're already going to, and it's a lot of money. I mean, people don't know how much they're asking for from a team to send 2 guys, and I understand they have bills, and
to be fair, the money that the companies will pay is nothing compared to what has actually gone into this. And
I understand that, but it's still a substantial amount of money. And like I said, there's no proof of concept. There's nothing. Right now, we're going on their word that this is what they want to do, and this is what's gonna happen. And that's a hard pill to swallow for any company. So, but I wish them luck. And if it seems like they're doing all the right things, and hopefully it does turn into something bigger, because I want to see the industry grow. We all do. And hopefully this is that platform.
Yeah.
I might be there next year. We might all be there next year.
I just want to see you and all the best guys race more. That's all I want to see. And I think you want to do it too. I think if that happens, everybody's level of racing even goes up. That's the amazing part about it. But enough about that, man. We actually have, I know it's getting late. I know you got things to do. Well, not late, but it's early morning. I actually have a few viewer questions that we're going to do. And then I'm going to go into our fastraceshop.com 10 questions, 10 seconds segment. So I'm going to pick a few questions. You can answer them as quickly as possible. And we'll go from there. So, actually, here we go. Tyson Walsh, he says, taking a look back when you switched from TLR to Mugen, was that decision made on just the car, or was it more of the people that went there, i.e. with Drake and when Drake went to Mugen?
Yeah, there was a lot of things going on at that time, and it was really a way to diversify my portfolio, I guess you want to say. Anytime you can race for more companies, it makes what they pay you smaller for them, but it can add up more for me or for the drivers. And I'd always wanted to run for Mugen. I mean, Jason and I had talked, like, we thought that car probably would suit my driving the best. Obviously, it's what a lot of people base their designs off of. And the only way that I could have done it is by, working with a company like Yokomo, that, finding 2 companies that do the opposite of each other. And I actually spoke to Yokomo first, because I've known Yokomo for a long time. Obviously, they've been around forever. And we got a deal put together, and it was very positive, and they told me they were willing to do whatever it took. And they have. And they've made we made great changes, great cars now, and I jumped into the Mugen program, and it was a pretty easy transition, especially with Drake already being there. And it's it's been good. I think there wasn't any one reason why. There was a conglomerate of things, but it's been great.
Awesome. And I want to say, my boy Enzo Albertoni, it's his birthday today. Happy birthday, dude. He has a question for you. He says, has Ryan ever considered maybe doing a drive-in clinic like Tebow has at any future 8-scale or 10-scale races?
I have, but it's just time-wise, and, I think maybe doing a clinic, kind of help with car questions might be a little more valuable. At the end of the day, I think it's hard to try to tell somebody how to drive. I can explain, like, line choice, picking lines and stuff like that. But telling you how to turn the wheel and pull the trigger, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, doing a clinic to help with cars, setting up throttle linkage and stuff like that, that's one thing. But, that takes time, and, now with the family, racing 10 scale and A scale, there's a lot going on. So
I say
maybe one of these days.
I say people don't realize all the time that goes in before you race, and I agree with it. This actually comes from Max Mort. He says Ryan seems to always have maximum power. He can get on his stuff, be it electric or nitro. He says, did you make a conscious decision at some point in your career to learn to drive with a lot of power and still be smooth on acceleration? And he says basically he thinks you're smoother than a lot of drivers. Or was this something that naturally happened?
I don't really know when I wasn't smooth. People still think I'm like punched, you know, and drive out of control. And I definitely did. I think probably 9 or 10 years ago, I was for sure like that. But I think probably ever since the brushless motor days started coming around and the LiPo batteries, we've had an excess amount of horsepower. And, you know, I've always been the guy that wants, especially in nitro, I want the most horsepower you can give me. Mm-hmm. And then I will dictate how much power I deliver to the car. And in turn, I will get better mileage, and I can control if I need the power or if I don't need the power. Okay. So I try to electric's a little different. Electric, you got to kind of tune it to be smooth because the track, you know, it's just a little different. But A-scale, I feel like if you give me as much power as you can, and I will govern it from there. So, yeah, I've been trying to do that for the last few years, and it does seem to work as long as I can get the power out of it.
Awesome. 2 more questions because we have a bunch, and we're going on an hour and a half here. Will Smith. What's up, Will? What is your biggest challenge in holding the position of being one of the fastest in the industry?
I don't think there's any challenge. I think I love what I do, and I have a great group of people around me that support me and help me, you know, with my equipment at the events. My family is very supportive. My wife is very understanding and, you know, understands this is my job. I got to go. I got to work. So, yeah, I don't think there's any real challenges. I just I try to just do everything I know to do, and hopefully that turns into good results.
Awesome. And now this will be our last question. Where is it? This actually was a good question, I thought. Where is it? Tony Nisbet. He says, since you've been around RC for so long and seen its evolution, what do you think has been the biggest innovation in our hobby in the past 25 years?
I know Tony. I've known Tony for a long time, local Arizona guy.
Okay.
Well, I would have to say probably the 2 things. Probably the rise of RTR cars, making it a lot easier for your average guy just to go buy a car. You know, I heard some stat a few years ago that like 80 or 90% of RC cars sold will never go to an RC car track.
I could believe that.
So, and that's that's kind of the reason why most of these companies jumped on the RTR bandwagons, because the RTR stuff helps support or does support the racing side of things. And then probably for the electric side, the introduction of brushless and LiPo.
Yes.
That was huge. You know, the run times increased tenfold. The power increases. It's easier. There's little to no maintenance. That's been big. Nitro hasn't changed much, to be perfectly honest. I mean, servos have gotten better. Everything's gotten better. But there's never been this. I haven't seen this like one thing that makes it a lot easier. Maybe 2.4 back in the day. If you had a A-scale car glitch and take off, that was always a bummer.
Yeah. No radio impounds or nothing to deal with. That makes a race go much faster. Cool.
For sure.
Well, thank you for answering this for our viewers, and thank you, viewers, for submitting the questions. I'm sorry I couldn't get to all of them, but there are quite a lot, and Ryan's been talking for a while, and we got to move on to the fastraceshop.com. 10 question, 10-second segment.
Now we go into the Fast Trace 10 questions in 10-second segment. Fast Trace is a world champion option parts brand made in Italy. Fast Trace drivers include Davide Ongaro and Riccardo Berton, and they run the innovative performance-enhancing parts that Fast Trace makes for most 1/8 buggies, including the world-famous honeycomb shock bladders and caps. Go to fasttraceshop.com and type in Lefty 2019 to get 10% off your purchase now.
So welcome, guys, to the FastRaceShop.com 10 questions, 10-second segment. Ryan, are you ready for the this segment?
Sure. I
All
hope
right.
it's not really only 10 seconds. Doesn't sound like it's going to work very well.
No, it never does. It never does. All right. So the first question that I have for you is, if you didn't race RC cars for a living, what would you be doing?
Probably mechanic.
Okay. Number 2, your biggest rival is?
Ty Tessman.
Awesome. Number 3, if you could bring back one old school RC thing, what would that be?
Probably harder A-scale compound tires.
Okay. Why would that be? Just curious.
Well, back when I first started racing A-scale, you had like 2 options, XTR or M2, and you really, that was it. It was a lot easier.
Yeah.
Now we mount,
Yes.
25 sets of tires, and sometimes we still didn't mount the right set.
Yes.
So,
Now, this is my little joke to you because I know you're an avid fan of Coors Light. If you had to drink any beer but Coors Light, what would it be?
PBR.
What? Man, I am going to get you, the next time I see you, I am going to get you a Modelo or something like that, man. Come on. Modelos are so awesome. I meant to give you one at DNC. Okay.
They're too filling, man. They just drink one, I feel bloated. It's good, for sure.
I mean, I don't mind a Coors Light on a hot day, to be honest, but I can't drink too much of them. Okay, Number 5. Have you ever considered transitioning to a different discipline of RC as a professional, i.e. on-road, or I guess that would be would you go racing a different discipline of RC?
I am this year. I'm racing the 10 scale nationals with the Yokomo touring car.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then I've been tossing around maybe racing the A-scale on-road worlds this year since it's in California, and I've always wanted to give that a shot, and this is probably my best opportunity to try. Not sure if I'm going to be able to do it just because it's such a long event.
Do it.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Do it. I say do it.
It looks cool, man. They're fast. They look badass. I got Mugen said that they would help with obviously the product and getting me help with working on it and learning the ropes. So we'll see.
It's Tim Long's into that, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so that's good. All right, number 6. Is Rona really into monster trucks that much?
I don't think as much as he leads on. I know he was really into him when he was a kid, and he still likes him. But it's also, he's a smart businessman. There's a big underground scene of RC monster trucks, and he's he's accepting of that, and he wants to be a part of it, and he wants to build the trucks. He thinks they're cool, and one thing he's always done, he builds things and makes things that he thinks is cool, and they seem to sell, because if he thinks they're cool, most people think they're cool. So yeah, he loves them.
Okay. Number 7, the best race you have ever attended.
Ooh, I don't know. As far as what, give me a little more.
Let's do 8 scale.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's been a lot. Probably just any A-scale worlds, all the pageantry, especially in Europe. When you go to Europe or Asia for an A-scale race, it's a totally different vibe than America. You're just like I said, the pageantry, they make sure you're taken care of. The worlds in Thailand, I don't know if people have seen pictures of that place, but it was insane. It was basically like a stadium they built with containers around the track, and just being on the driver's stand and looking around, it was like nothing I've ever seen. I remember that being pretty cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably just any A-scale world is always the best.
Okay. Number 8. Ronafalk, Tessman, Cav, Tebow, or Rivkin? Which one has to get the love tap in a race?
All of them.
That's a good answer. Okay, number 9. If you could only race one class, what would it be?
I guess A scale. I mean, A scale definitely takes the most time, takes the most effort, and in turn that makes it the most satisfying. And the smell and the feel and the vibe you get, yeah. I mean, it's definitely one of the best for sure.
Okay, and this question, actually, Joseph wanted me to ask you this one. He goes, this is number 10. What is your thoughts on everybody being a pro?
As far as everybody being sponsored?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's good. I think it's bad for the industry. I think it's basically the industry is shooting itself in the foot one toe at a time, because the only reason that we have places to race is because of hobby shops and tracks. And if all these companies just keep sponsoring everybody just to get guaranteed customers, contracted customers as we like to call them, that's just taking money out of the hobby shop's hands. And if the industry needs to work together on anything, they need to work together on that and come up with some sort of like agreement that we're only going to sponsor X amount of people per region or per country or whatever. Or just sponsor people through a hobby shop. You know, say Mugen calls, I don't know, Hobby Action and goes, hey, we want you to sponsor 5 guys. We're going to give you X amount of product at a discount. You can still make your nut. We still make our money. And you're sponsoring people. They think they're sponsored. Done. You know what I mean? So
that's a good answer, actually. I like that. But we're done with the 10 fastraceshop.com 10 questions 10 seconds segment. I think you did a good job. You answered them truthfully, and I like the savagery. I like the love tap thing. I think that's gonna be good. I want to thank you for coming on. I know you're extremely busy. Would you have any shout outs before we go? Want to thank anybody?
Yeah, obviously I want to thank you for having me on. Thank all my sponsors. Mugen, JConcepts, Yokomo, Orion, MX, Main Hobbies, ProTech. And, everybody that supports me, helps me do what I need to do. Appreciate everybody. And thanks to all the viewers for listening. I'm sure you guys are going to have some comments. I can't wait to read them. And if, I guess maybe I'll come back on. We can do this again and get some more viewer questions going on. So that was fun. Yeah,
I'm trying to do it when guys win big races as well and bring them on and talk to them briefly. Not too long. But I do want you to help me with one thing. And I don't know, maybe Drake's going to be a little bit ticked off at me because we kind of got at it the other day on a podcast that he was doing. But I really want to get Drake on her because I actually have nothing against Drake. I know he doesn't like Joseph, but I would like that's one of the main guests I've been asked for on this podcast is they want to talk to Drake. They want me to talk to Drake, and I think it would be good.
I mean, Drake's a pretty private person, man. I don't know. Yeah. Even if he did come on, he's not going to give you the gossip about Joseph and stuff like that.
I don't want to talk about Joseph. I want to talk about him and his career. That's what I want to talk about. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why he wouldn't. I mean, I'll mention it to him, and I'll tell him that you were fair to me, which you were. Yep. And, it'd be good. All right, man. Well, I appreciate your time, and you enjoy your day, and keep up the good work, man. You're kicking ass right now. Sounds good. Appreciate it, buddy. All right, bye-bye.
Hi, this is Robert Badje, and you're listening to the No Name RC podcast.
As you guys know, the Psycho Nitro Blast is next weekend. Not this weekend coming, but the following weekend. And I myself am going to that race with all the JQ Racing family. So I decided to get the man behind the madness, Dave Leikam himself of RaceTime Entertainment, to come on and talk about the race. What's going on, Dave? How are you?
Hey, Keenan. Thanks for having me on.
So what's up, man? You are probably busy. Very busy right now. Yeah. We've been prepping for this race now for the last couple of months, and things are coming together nicely. Mm-hmm. And we're about to start the build here in the next, basically 3 days. Yes. Just curious. I'm not even sure. What number is this for this race? Oh, man, this is number 11. Yeah, I think so.
11 or 12. It might even be 12.
It might be. I can't remember. I mean, I've only been to one. So
yeah, I think it's number 12.
Okay, we'll have to check that. But I met you last year when I came to my first PNB, and you treated us really good, and I had a great time. Then I went on to the AMS race where I had a blast as well. I want to say thank you. You treated the JQ Racing team very well there, and you gave us some really good pit spots, and I appreciate that. But I wanted to know, like, your background in this. You used to race and stuff like that. You don't race anymore, but or do you?
Yeah, I don't race anymore. I do have a vehicle, but it doesn't see a lot of track time, just because I'm super busy. Mm-hmm. I know you can kind of relate to that, but I raced growing up. Started in middle school. I actually moved here from Wyoming, and then started racing RC cars when I was in middle school, only because I was in a shop class, and one of the options was to build an RC car, and then that kind of got me hooked. And then the Sugar Bowl up here in Sugar Hill, Georgia, was kind of like the hot spot back in the day. Track. And I just raced a lot of 10 scale 2-wheel drive. Electric, and then of course college rolled around and kind of got out of it, and then kind of found my way back to the 8 scale side of things later on in life, and that's kind of where I got the start. I attended a race in Alabama called the AIC. I think it was the Alabama Indoor Classic at the time, which was actually held at where we have the SIC.
Okay.
And I really, really enjoyed the indoor vibe. That was kind of the only indoor race at the time. And so I just remember coming home thinking that I could do it bigger and better. And then, my buddy Oliver Aspinwall and myself kind of sat down one night and was like, hey, let's kind of do the snowbirds for 8 scale off-road racing. Mm-hmm. We kind of wanted to do like around the clock racing and all that stuff, which we don't really do anymore. I mean, we do offer the 24 hours of practice, but we don't do around the clock racing like we did that very first year. But that's kind of what started the Psycho Nitro Blast.
Okay. And you guys, your first race you guys had a track in Georgia, right? That's where the first one was?
Yeah. We kind of found a hole in the wall place over just outside of Atlanta. And I think we were there for 2 or 3 years, and then we moved to Unadilla and ran it down there for a while, and now we're in Tennessee.
Yeah, it's. I was really shocked. That was actually, I believe, my first indoor event last year was the PNB. Like I had never been to a Nitro race that was indoors before that, and I was amazed. I mean, it's so cool because you could be sitting up there while you're wrenching and watching the racing at the same time, while where we were situated. So I think that's really great. I mean, I enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. My first indoor race. So last year before we even get into that, I wanted to ask you about the whole the costume things and whatnot, because I think that's what you do full time, right? You're a costume designer and into haunted houses and stuff like that. Just to confirm.
Yeah, I'm a co-owner of Paranoia Haunted House here in Atlanta. It's actually north of Atlanta in Canton. And so it's one of the larger haunted houses in Georgia. And so that's kind of where the monsters come from for the PNB, is we incorporate a lot of the costuming and maybe even some of the decorations that we have at the haunt we'll bring to the PNB. And so that's kind of where that monster theme, blood and gore kind of thing started, was when we started Paranoia Haunted House. I kind of took that vibe and kind of transferred it over to the Psycho Nitro Blast, because I thought that it was a good partnership there with the whole Psycho Nitro, and maybe throwing in some blood and guts. So that's what we do. Is that was kind of the birth of the monster walk and all that stuff, where we walk around and let people take pictures with the monsters and the Psycho girls and all that.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's definitely a show. I love how you have the podium and you have the flames rushing up and stuff like that. Actually, we had a big race a few years ago. Actually, Joseph, that's when I first met Joseph. And the guy, he loved it. The guy who owns the track loved it. And he had like a wall ride. and he's a big Mad Max fan. So he had like right on the wall jump. He had a stage on top of that. And he had the flames going every time we went up the wall, and a guy up there playing a guitar. It was crazy. So that reminded me of that when I went to PNB. When you have the podium, you have the flames shooting up. I love it. It's a show, and it makes things fun. It's not just your normal RC race for me. Something else to see. I think it's cool. Very cool.
Yeah, for me, it's not really about the track. It gets a little frustrating, I think, at times when people walk in and the first thing they go to is they check out the track and they're kicking the dirt to see how well it's packed and all that stuff. But yet we have all these decorations and banners and flames and loud music and strobe lights and DJ lights and all that stuff going, and they're just totally oblivious to it. I think a lot of people appreciate it. It's definitely, I love the production side of things. I love trying to make it like a rock concert, where there happens to just be a track there. I want it to be a spectacle. I want the environment to be intense and awesome and exciting. And so that's kind of what we try to do on our end.
Well, it's definitely turned into one of the biggest races in America, if not the biggest entry-wise, but it's definitely worked its way up to being one of the most prestigious races in America. I mean, when you hear people talk, they say DNC, they say Silver State, PNB, Nationals. Those are some of the, so you've done a good job of getting this race, I feel, in the prestige level of big races in America. So it's a good job by you as well. So kudos to you for that.
I appreciate that. We've worked a lot of years trying to get it up there, to where it's recognized as such. And so I'm proud of how far we've come.
Yes, of course. And then last year we had the 4-day schedule, which I enjoyed, which I actually think how you do the 4-day schedule is really good because I did it at AMS. People get plenty of practice. You can get practice on Thursday, all day Thursday, and then up to, 12 o'clock on Friday. I thought that was wonderful. I mean, you could practice all day Thursday and then chill out on Friday, and then start racing. But this year you're going back to the 24 hours of practice, which is still good because then the average guy who knocks off at probably 5 on Friday can pack his stuff with his buddy and head off to the 3 or 4 hour drive, but it takes, and still get plenty of practice. And what was the determining decision to go back to the 3-day schedule from last year?
Well, yeah, the Alabama Manufacturer Shootout and the Wicked Weekend kind of share a similar schedule there, that flex 3/4 day. Mm-hmm. The PNB is a little bit different of an animal because we will always do a 24-hour practice session. I mean, that's just what the Psycho Nitro Blast is about. And I know that you got a message from a guy not quite understanding why we do 24 hours of practice and stuff like that. But that is the Psycho Nitro Blast. Mm-hmm. That's what makes the PNB. That is part of what makes the PNB the PNB, mm-hmm. is that 24 hours of practice. Yes. So that'll never change. But the determining factor, I think, going back to a 3-day was last year, our entry count was still really large, but it wasn't 900. Mm-hmm. We only had 600 and something people. And so that 4-day event, we just kind of had a lot of wasted time, I felt like. So mm-hmm. I felt like, well, maybe we'll just go back to a 3-day and run some long hours and kind of give it more of a psycho feel this year. Yes. And that's what we're going to do. I mean, it'll definitely have a little bit more of a psycho, crazy, nonstop feel. It won't be around the clock. A lot of people mm-hmm. are thinking that because we went back to a 3-day, that it'll be around the clock racing. The only around the clock racing will be the 24-hour practice session. Everything else, we should be done by, I'm thinking midnight on Saturday, and probably around 8 or 9 p.m., maybe 10 p.m. on Sunday. So, but yeah, the 4-day is not out of the question. Mm-hmm. I actually have some ideas about doing a 4-day for next year, and how we can and how we can possibly offer more bumps. I kind of like the idea of more racing, less qualifying. Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of kicking around some ideas for next year, with maybe doing a 4-day, but this year's 3-day is going to be off the hook. I mean, it'll be nonstop.
Yeah.
Typical PNB psycho.
I don't know how I forget that we had 24-hour practice last year, because I remember my buddy Mike Bellotti, he stayed there all night. And when I got there in the morning, he was like crashed out in a chair. I forgot all about that. I'm getting old, man. My brain doesn't work as good as it used to some days.
Yeah, we have always had 24 hours of practice at the PNB, and that will not change. It's just one of those things, and people just need to realize that they have to manage their time. They have to kind of pick a good time. Like, the driver stand stays full from 2 a.m. all the way up until qualifying, but it's not the huge lines that you see at like 3 p.m. So you just kind of have to, practice for a few hours, go take a nap, come back, practice for another few hours, maybe hit that late night session. So you have to treat it differently than what you're used to doing at a club race.
Yeah, I'm excited as well, because we got Max coming over, and this is going to be his, second big race in America. And on a track like this, I know he's probably never been on. And he's like a little vampire, too. He's never sleeping, so I'm sure he'll be practicing at some hour in the morning or doing something.
That's awesome. He's going to love it, man. This race is not for the, for the wusses out there. I mean, this is big boy arena racing, and it's the Psycho Nitro Blast. So it's designed to kind of push your limits, and I want you to be tired when you leave. Then I know I'm doing my job.
Yes, and now, being as we're talking about the track, Bobby's going to be doing the track. He's been doing your tracks for how long now?
Yeah, Bobby's been with me. Well, he built the very first PNB, and then he took a couple of years off, and he's been with me ever since. So, 10 plus years with Bobby, and in my opinion, he's built one of the best tracks out there, and we're going to use every square inch of that arena.
Oh yeah.
So I'm thinking lap times are probably going to be around the 45 to 50 second mark. And then I also built 6 sets of brand new wooden ramps, and they're big. They are big. I put a post on our Facebook page. You can kind of see the size of them. Not to mention we're bringing back the Great Wall, which hasn't been back in a couple of years. So that's exciting. A lot of people ready to ride the wall.
Are we what's the longest jump you think we're gonna have? Give me I know you can't let too much out, but give me a estimate of footage. How long are we gonna be jumping?
I want to see a 50 to 60 footer. Okay,
that's acceptable.
It's not going to be a lot of vertical, hang time. It's going to be more of a fast, lower altitude style jump. That way you're not lawn darting coming out of the sky. But I think we can do 60 feet.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
60 feet will be a good, comfortable jump, I think, and it'll still give you lots of hang time.
Just 60 feet. But that, I must admit, at AMS, I did enjoy that big quad. It was so nice that your car would jump. You literally had time to think about it, and then just, let me touch the brakes, and it would just, like, you just land on the. I enjoyed the track. I know it was a little bit, a little bit rough with a lot of cars on it, but I enjoyed the track for driving. And
Quad Nasty was only a little over 40 feet.
No way.
Yeah.
No. Oh well. 60 feet, just 60 feet, man. Not just.
So you're going to be going an extra 20 feet. Than what you did at AMS with Quad Nasty.
That's awesome. I can't wait. I'm going to be there watching it. I can't wait.
You're racing though, right?
No, I'm not racing this year. So.
You're just team support.
Yeah, I'm team support, and I'm all about rocket car right now. That's what I'm about.
Yeah, dude, you guys. I tell you what, there's a couple of teams out there. I have seen spy shots of their creations, and that's going to be a heck of a show.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for this. I think it's so cool because it's something different. I enjoyed it when you did it before. And I was like, I really hope they bring it back because I like it because it helps build, it's fun. It's something different. It's competition, but it's also fun. And who hasn't wanted to just jump their car as far as they can? I don't know about attaching a rocket to it, but now that you added that, it's going to make things very exciting. Exactly what are the rules again? Because I asked you this, but I can't remember.
Yeah, well, it's basically the rules are pretty simple. It's any 8-scale platform. So you can use a truggy or a buggy. You can use a buggy with truggy wheels, whatever. It needs to be an 8-scale, 4-wheel drive platform, e-buggy, electric buggy, whatever. But you have to have the rocket ignite at some point while you're driving up to the ramp or when you're in the air.
Okay.
So you can't manually ignite the rocket and then take off.
Okay.
It has to be ignited while you're driving.
All right. That's what we figured. We're working on something. I don't know if it's going to be all fancy like everybody else's, but it's not about being fancy. It's about being how far you can jump. So
I know. Matt Walter and Tebow and Bornhorst are working on some kind of wicked creation. And I've seen the SOAR guys.
Oh yeah.
Jeremy Moser's got something like a triple rocket something wired up.
Oh gosh.
And of course, Drake was the one Drake and Truey were the ones that kind of like set the standard back in the day. With their low-C that they created.
Oh yeah, I've been watching these videos, man. I'm studying because I'm into this.
Yeah,
I've never dealt with rockets or anything. When I was growing up in Bermuda, we didn't have all that type of stuff. So this is totally new to me. So I'm excited you brought it back, and it's fun. I think it breaks up the monotony, and it gives each team something to compete against each other, and just something fun.
Man, and I'm gonna build the ramp this weekend. Because it's going to be a big son of a gun. It'll be like 16 feet in length, and I'm thinking about making it like 3 or 4 feet tall. That way, it's more like a ski jump instead of you slamming into a vert face. Mm-hmm. So I think you're going to get some really good distance off of this. And then I'm also building on one of my flatbed trailers like a giant rolling RaceTime billboard type thing with PA speakers and lights and all of that. That way we can have some sound out there. And I can hype you guys up, interview the drivers, kind of let everybody come down and check out the cars before you jump them. So it's going to be a spectacle for sure.
Yes. I can't wait. Well, it's not far away, dude. You're going up this weekend. I fly out on Tuesday. We get up there Thursday. I'm looking forward to it. All the guys that I've talked to, they're all anxious to get there. I guess my last topic to you would be, if you haven't decided to come to this race yet, what would you tell people that are on the fence?
Yeah, the Psycho Nitro Blast is just, it's a monster in itself. I've always said from the beginning that it's not for everybody. It's late hours, it's high energy. It's just basically a rock concert with an RC car track there. We kind of do a lot of things out of the box, with our wooden ramps and the Great Wall and all that stuff. So, one of the biggest races in the U.S., if not the world. We pull out all the stops with the production value, with the lights, with the music, with everything. So, definitely wear your big boy pants and come race with us this April.
And the signups will be open until Friday. What time?
Yeah, you can actually sign up all the way through Friday, and then we're taking early registration on Thursday night.
Okay.
So if you get there kind of early on Thursday and you want to check in and get your driver stand pass and all that stuff, you can do that. And then if you can't show up until early Saturday morning, you can still sign up there as well. Or if you can't show up till Saturday afternoon and don't care if you miss a qualifier or two, we'll get you into the show. Just and you go see Jimmy over there at Timing and Scoring. He'll take care of you.
Cool. And you guys have some really cool raffles. I know last year guys were winning. Technohead donated a lot of stuff. They were winning kits, engines. I think one guy almost walked out of there with a complete car with an engine and everything at one point. So it's some pretty cool.
We're blessed to have some of the best sponsors in the industry. A lot of guys have been with us for a really, really long time and donate a lot of cool prizes. And so, you'll get some free raffle tickets with your entry. And then, of course, Jen will be down there selling raffle tickets. And then we'll be giving away a lot of great prizes. So that's always a part of the event.
Yes. That's awesome, man. Like I said, I'm excited. I had a blast last year. If you guys are on the fence of coming to this race, just do it. You're going to be able to get enough practice. If you leave work at 5 and you live like 4 or 5 hours away, you'll still get there in time to get enough practice for the next day. So
Oh yeah, I mean it's 24 hours of practice.
Yeah.
You can show up in the middle of the night and get up there and run a couple of tanks. I mean, you'll burn more fuel at the PNB than you would anywhere else.
And the competition is stiff. That's what people don't understand. The competition in every class is stiff. This isn't no cakewalk here either. There's some fast guys coming to this race, fast regional guys, and they're coming from all over the East Coast, Central, South, and I don't know, Midwest. Not Midwest. That's what you call it, I guess. I don't know my regions in America. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean we get them from all over, man. So it's there's a lot of fast guys here on the East Coast, up there in the Virginia area. We've got some people coming in from New York, of course, California. I mean, all over. I've received emails and phone calls from people from all over the country who are flying in or driving in. So, the competition will absolutely be stiff and competitive. So,
yeah.
Yep. Bring your A game.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward. I got to give them a shout out because they go every year. I'm looking forward to hanging out with all my boys from Bermuda. As you guys know, I'm from Bermuda, so it's like 8 of them that come up, and it's always good to hang around the guys used to do RC with back in the day. So it's gonna be fun. I can't wait.
Those guys are fantastic, man. They leave their tables and chairs and lights and everything with me, and that way all they have to do is fly in with their gear, and all the rest of their stuff is ready for them. So looking forward to seeing those boys as well.
All right. Well, thank you, Dave. I know you're a busy man. Thank you for coming on, and I look forward to seeing you next week, dude.
Yeah, Keenan, thanks for having me on. Keep up the good work over there at JQ. We'll see you in a couple weeks.
All right, bud. Take care. Have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. And this concludes the main portion of our podcast. I'd like to thank Ryan Maifield and Dave Leikam for coming on and being guests. Now we have the JQ Racing Rant. Now, the JQ Racing Rant is kind of like our motto. We use it. We go by our motto. In JQ Racing, we do what we want. So should you. With that being said, the rants, I want them to be uncensored. Now, uncensored means that maybe there's going to be like cursing and maybe just jokes and banter and whatnot. And maybe that's not appropriate for children. And I know some children actually listen to this podcast. I mean, if you're all right with your kids listening to that, that's fine. I have no issue with that. That being said, I'm kind of putting this disclaimer out because I don't want people getting upset and saying, "Oh, you're cursing too much and doing this." Well, here's the disclaimer: if you don't, I'm not going overboard, but it's just banter and we're having fun, and I do not want this to be censored because the rants are fun. And it's a way to let out some frustrations that some people have, some frustrations that we see in the industry. And really, it's just opinions of us. And it's basically the same banter that you will get at the pits at a race. We're all adults here. I know, like I said, if your kids are listening, maybe you don't want them to listen to this. If you do, that's great too. We don't mean to offend anybody. We're just saying what's on our mind. This week's rant is actually pretty good. It's long. It actually is 3 rants in one sitting, and it's pretty good actually. So we talk about the Roar Nationals, and how the race to Roar Nationals goes. We talk about how Jeff rants on JQ about the announcement of Ongaro probably going to RCGP. We also kind of gang up on Joseph and tell him he's addicted to Facebook and how he's now got a 30-day ban. As well as Joseph addresses what was said on another podcast last week by a few professionals that were there, and it was about RCGP. So he addresses what he feels and what I feel were statements that were made that weren't completely true or made that were not true. They were made without people actually having full knowledge of what's going on with RCGP. So if you want to listen to the rant, that's fine. We thank you. If this ends your podcast listening for this week, we appreciate your support. Thank you for everything you do. We couldn't do it without you. But if you want to hear the rant, which is pretty epic and it's long, keep on listening. Thank you guys for your support. And here goes the JQ Racing Rant.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on. Whoa. Things are about to get serious. It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
Hey, so now we're in the JQ Racing rant. We got the rant king with us this week, Jeff Keaton. What's up, Jeff? How are you?
I am doing fan-freaking-tastic. Just sitting here, chilling. No bone plunging going on tonight, so we're good.
And we got the loser, the guy who lost the first rant off, Joseph Quagran.
How did I lose? Is there some way of determining a winner, or just one of your dumb stories?
Well, it's based off of popularity, and we all know I'm more popular than you are.
Okay,
so,
okay.
Actually,
let's cover this, shall we? So I have a feeling that Keaton isn't doing this in a very fair way.
Oh,
I think he has some tricks up his sleeve.
Fucking cold ice water in my fuel tank kind of cheating thing, or what?
No. So back in February, I shared a post with you. I tagged you in a post. It was a dildo going around a luggage carousel.
Oh my God, that was awesome too. That was pretty funny.
Yeah. So guess what happened today?
What?
I was banned from Facebook for 30 days for a post that goes against their community standards. I'm like, what the? I haven't even posted anything. And I checked, and it's that post. That post that already back then was flagged and removed. It's not my post, by the way. It's on Facebook, and I shared it. Right? It has like 84,000 shares and thousands of comments. And for some reason now, even though it was flagged back then and removed, 2 months later, I get blocked. For 30 days.
So hold on.
So I think Jeff must have, called down authorities on me to get me blocked.
I fucking reported you, right? Yeah,
that's... You reported me because then I'll have less influence on the results of this rant contest.
I'm not one that I would say, you know what, I would fucking report you for some shit, but what I would report you for is some bullshit stuff that you posted today regarding fucking Associated trying to fucking screw the RCGP over some dildo going around a damn conveyor belt. I'm going to report you for that stupidity, not the dildo.
Okay, let's address that too.
Yeah, well, being as with her.
Yeah.
And
I thought this was supposed to be short.
Oh, it's
okay. This is just a side note.
You started it. Hey, but I got a Facebook ban too.
I haven't called out Associated or done anything stupid. The only thing I did.
That post was stupid. Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
It was totally stupid.
How was it stupid?
Because you're sitting there saying that if Ongario doesn't go to the RCGP now, it's Associated's fault.
Okay, and what do you think will happen now? Will Ongario go to RCGP or not?
It's up to Ongario if he's going to go.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not. He's a paid driver. It's not up to him. It's not like he's a paid driver. Hey, I want to do this race in Mozambique.
That's right.
And Uganda. I want to go to this race in Uganda. I'm not going to be at the Euros this year.
No, bullshit.
Yeah,
that's that's different. That is different.
It's not different. How is that different?
Because my point is if there is not a scheduled race that he is supposed to go to for Associated on the same weekend as the RCGP race, Associated is not going to say, Ongario, we don't care if you go to this race or we are going to refuse for you to go to this race. They won't pay for him to go to that race. But if he has a free ride from somebody else willing to pay for his travel to go to that race, and Associated doesn't have a planned race already for that weekend, they are not going to keep him from going to that race.
More than one race for that weekend? Who decides where he goes?
Associated is going to. Associated, they have.
If there's a race in Uganda, the Ugandan Nationals, and there's the Dirt Nitro Challenge, and Ongario really wants to go to Uganda, then who is going to decide?
Go to the Nitro Challenge.
Who decides that?
Associated will decide if he goes to which race.
Associated decides.
That's right. That's right.
my point.
But if there is no other race,
that's not the point of my post, is it?
It is. The point that's of my what you made, though.
No, the point of the post is that Associated decides where Ongaro races.
But that's not true.
It is.
See, you're fucking playing with words. This is the problem. This is the fucking problem you have. You are playing with
where
words.
They send their drivers.
Okay. All right. Let's take this first RCGP race. All right.
Okay,
it conflicts with
that.
Silver State.
Yeah.
All right.
So Associated has to make a decision.
If Associated says we are going to pay for you to fly to Vegas to go to the Silver State race, then by God, you're going over to that race. However, if Associated is not and has no intentions in paying for him to go to the Silver State race, and Ongario says, hey, I got a free ride to go to the RCGP race, I'm going to go race there because I have nothing else going on this weekend, Associated is not going to tell him he is not allowed to go to the RCGP race.
Are you done?
I'm done because that's the fucking facts.
If Ongaro says, I want to go to the Philippines to the RCGP, and Associated say, no, we're going to send you to Silver State, are Associated stopping him from attending RCGP?
No, Associated is paying him to go to the Silver State.
Are they stopping him from it? If Ongaro says, I want to do the race in Philippines, yes, they are stopping him. Okay, so the post was valid.
Oh, okay.
Valid.
So take it on the other side then. If there is no other scheduled race on the RCGP date and Ongario says, I want to go race the RCGP race, is Associated going to say, no, you're not allowed to go race that weekend?
No.
So you're both right. Jesus, look at that.
We're not both right.
Yes, we are both.
Yes, you are. I understand your point.
But your post, but my problem with your post is, you make it out to seem like Associated is the bad guy if Ongario does not show up now to the RCGP race, when Associated doesn't give a fuck. They want...
Yes, they clearly do.
If they do not have a scheduled race for him to attend that weekend...
And the post doesn't say that.
I promise you, Associated would love for Ongario to go to this race on somebody else's dime, kick everybody's ass at that race, and then Associated gets all the free press to say, yo, Team Associated and David Ongario just won and beat David Arona folks' ass, and we didn't have to pay a fucking dime for him to go race the series.
But guess what?
Then he'll be there.
Then he would have to be at the second part because it's a series. He'd have to be at the other races.
That's up to whatever schmuck is paying his way to go to the races.
No, then AE would have to pay up and go.
No, why would they pay up?
Why would they pay up when somebody else is already going to pay his way to go?
Well, I think it's brilliant that he's going.
To me, this is hurting RCGP more than it's helping it, because now all the manufacturers are saying, hey, Beach RC just signed 2 drivers that now Mugen doesn't have to pay, and they're getting their cars represented in the RCGP. Why does Mugen need to pay now when somebody else is picking up the dime for him? So now you got some other guy.
The wildcard drivers are always different. The wildcard drivers are always different for each race, so they have no chance in the series, and also they aren't going to have Mugen stickers or Mugen logos on their cars because Mugen isn't a part of the series. They're promoting Beach RC at the race.
Yeah, but so you're wow, hang on now. Whoa, back the truck up now. Back the fucking truck up. So you now, RCGP is going to dictate what stickers are allowed on people's cars?
For a wildcard team that has a sponsor, yes. The team essentially decides what is being promoted.
Okay,
so let's take this Associated team, for example.
Okay.
Well, they have ties to Associated for, I think, are they selling it as a dealer or a distributor or just fanboys? I don't know what the structure is, but clearly Associated is part of that. They only want to support Associated drivers. So I assume that there will be some sort of Associated branding on it. But because Associated isn't footing the bill, it's not going to be the major brand. The major brand is their Scampi Rosso team, which is actually pretty funny. It's like Red Bull, but with shrimps. So that's kind of what they are promoting, and that's the image they have.
Right,
so
but
if
they're not
going
to dictate what stickers they have on the car, other than maybe their own sponsors.
Yeah, they are. Why not? They're a team. They have to look like a team too. You know, they wear the same shirts, hats. They look like a team, present themselves professionally. That's how it works.
Okay. So David wins that. David goes, he says, I want to go to this race. Associated doesn't have a problem with it. They say, yeah, go on. Go kick everybody's ass over there. So David wins the race. Who's now Associated, because it's still his driver. He's driving an Associated car. They're going to jump on the bandwagon and be like, yo, David Ongaro just won at the RCGP and kicked everybody's ass.
Yeah, of course. It's going to be good for Associated.
Mm-hmm. Right. The same as it would be if Battier wins.
Right. But now you have the two manufacturers that have their drivers in the series, but they're not flipping the tab for them. So they're still getting the press from it. They just don't have to flip the tab.
Well, they don't get the same press, do they? Associated is lucky because there's a guy who is supporting them, who's footing the bill, who's starting a team. Just like in real racing, like let's say for a long time, Yamaha didn't have a factory team in Supercross, but there were other teams who ran Yamaha bikes. So then Yamaha supported those teams instead of having a team themselves. Associated can do that too. I mean, they give all the equipment for free to Ongaro. Well, maybe they'll make a deal later on in the season. Maybe they'll say, hey, we'll help and pay for the mechanic to go with Ongaro. Whatever. That's up to the team to do. Right. They can negotiate that. Maybe Associated says, hey, we'd like Ongaro to be able to wear a larger Associated logo on his shirts and wear our Associated hat or something. Well, then maybe the team says, okay, well, can you chip in on the travel expenses then? Right, maybe they say, okay, yeah. And so that's up to them.
But also, but
on the same token, then you're sitting there dogging Associated and making it sound like in your post, making it sound like Associated's the dick if David doesn't go, when it's really not Associated's.
It's 100% Associated's choice.
No, I still.
And you calling them, you are the one calling them a dick, not me.
No, you.
Because no, I'm not. Because the truth is, they decide. That's just the truth. You just admitted it yourself. If there's no other race, then there's no reason for them not to allow him to go. They're not going to say, don't go to this race. We're not going to allow you to go. Of course they're not going to do that. But if there's two races at the same time, they decide which race he goes to.
You
doesn't matter really
agree.
what he says.
We agree on that 100%.
No matter how much Ongaro wants to go to the Ugandan Nationals, if Associated say that no, you go to DNC, he goes to DNC.
That's right.
So in this situation,
but in this particular
they make the decision.
In this particular case, at least with this first round, the only competing race is Silver State. And to my knowledge, they're not sending them to Silver State.
Joseph.
So,
yeah, what's your point?
Oh, you went quiet.
So that means he's free to go to that race if he chooses to go to that race.
Well, that's great. Then he'll be there.
It's going to be great.
If David wants to go, he'll be there. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe David says, I don't really give a shit about the RCGP. I don't want to go. But
I guess we're going to find out.
Are you going to make that, David doesn't want to support the RCGP, or are you going to say Associated doesn't want to support the RCGP?
Okay, if that happens, then after 30 days, then I'll make that post. Okay, how about that? I still believe you reported me, seriously.
Dude,
how can they go into some already removed post from February, a post that's on Facebook that I just shared, and then give me a 30-day ban? That makes no sense.
Excuse me. I can tell you, Dildo himself is the one who reported that. Because you posted a thing about him going around a fucking conveyor belt. Who do you think is going to post that or report that? Mr. Dildo himself or me? Seriously. I thought it was
funny. It tripped.
I actually think I shared it to somebody else's page.
It tripped Facebook's algorithms, man. That's all it did, because I got banned for 3 days from sharing to groups because
but you really spammed everyone. That was ridiculous.
I didn't know that was a thing.
56 shares. Whoa, this really went viral.
No,
and
but
then it's like you sharing them everywhere.
But I mean, I didn't understand.
Idiot.
I didn't know that. It tripped them, and then I was in jail until Sunday, and it hurt me. I couldn't talk in any groups. It's messed up. I didn't like it.
Everyone was probably happy.
You know what though? I'm happy that you got 30 days. Oh boy.
Why?
You know, I didn't even notice you were gone.
Hey,
it just happened this morning.
You know what? You know what's gonna be good?
I woke up to this shit.
For 30 days. I ain't gotta wake up and wonder who you pissed off. That's good for me. I'm happy.
Maybe now I'll just leave Facebook.
Yeah, maybe you will.
Whatever.
You won't do that. It's your addiction.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's like a fucking heroin addict.
Oh, is it?
I'm fucking going clean next week.
Hey, we tried to have an intervention form. We tried to have an intervention form at DNC. It didn't work. It just made him angrier.
Right.
Yeah, because you said I'm addicted. I'm not addicted.
See, that's the first sign of addiction.
Yeah.
That's the first sign of addiction, you dickhead.
Yeah, but it's not like that. It's like I could quit anytime.
Okay.
You know, the first
Facebook
step is
good
to
for
admit you
messaging
have a
people
problem.
and
Exactly.
stuff.
That's what all addicted people say. I can quit anytime.
The first step is to admit you have a problem. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. What's my problem? I use Facebook.
Well, you have a lot
I
of
use
fucking
Facebook
problems, but Facebook is the
messaging
least
people.
of them.
Hey, you have an issue if you enjoy trolling people on the internet. It's your addiction. It sets off your endorphins.
It's not.
Your fingers
it's not
start.
an addiction.
See?
You can do something you enjoy without it being an addiction.
Right, and that's what a lot of people make excuses for their addiction. They use that same logic, you know.
No.
Oh,
like heroin, that's an addiction, you know?
Yeah, well.
Because you know it's fucking up your life and you're like, yeah, I wish I could quit, but I can't.
Well, you know what?
That kind of thing, you know?
Facebook.
I don't wish I could quit this. I know I can quit. If I want to, I'll
Well,
quit.
now you have no choice
Different.
for 30 days, so you know.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
No, you
See,
tripped that
fucking,
algorithms, dude.
Facebook is sending you to rehab. Let's see if you can hold on to it.
You know that I sent this. What's the thing? You can review it.
Oh yeah,
Like an appeal. I sent an appeal. I'm like, so are all these 84,000 people that shared this and 17,000 people that commented and tagged people, are they all blocked now for 30 days? That's how this works, eh? Or am I like singled out by some dumb algorithm that just doesn't work?
Whatever. Mr. Dildo's the one that fucking reported you. I know it.
How is that anyway like illegal sexual content? A dildo going around a conveyor belt at an airport. Like that's really damaging.
Can we stop
people,
talking?
Yeah.
You guys have a fascination with dildos, but
There's nothing wrong with them.
Oh god, look. Hey, all right. What are we gonna talk about today?
Wait until
I think that was the rant.
Wait until I shugu one to somebody's pit table.
Oh, I'm not even being involved in that. I don't even know what you're talking about. This is a rant. We've been doing this for 20 minutes and we ain't even got into the rant
that
yet.
was the rant.
That was the rant. Jeffrey getting you banned on Facebook.
Yeah.
Well,
I
won that one, so I mean it doesn't matter.
How did you win
If
this
we're gonna
one?
actually do the actual rant, I mean I'll win that shit too.
All
You
right.
didn't win this rant.
I did win that rant.
Can we get into the
How?
rant?
Yes, let's get into the rant, the actual rant,
Jesus.
because that's a good topic. It's recent, it's current, it's good.
All right. So the rant for this week is last week. Was it last week, Jeff, that they had the race to get into the Raw Nationals?
Yes.
So basically, what did you know how long it took to sell out? I didn't check.
Honestly, I don't think it's sold out yet.
It hasn't. Wow, that's interesting.
I don't quote me on that, but I don't. As of right now, you can go on and still register. Now, whether they accept your registration, I don't know. But
Okay, because I know some people are on the waiting list, so it might have sold out.
well, maybe there is a waiting list. I mean, maybe they're putting everybody on the waiting list now, so you can still register, but maybe you go on a waiting list. I don't know.
Okay, well, for instance, last year I think it sold out in less than 10 minutes.
Right, and we broke fucking Roar's website, which is kind of funny.
So
You're so cool.
You know what? I think the Raw. I know you enjoy the Raw Nationals, Jeff. I enjoy them too. I think It's a great race. It's no classes. You have to race heads up. There's no sportsman. There's no open. It's IFMAR style. It kind of shows you who the best. I think that's the best thing you can come to a kind of actual ranking system in America, because I don't know what the entry count is, like 200 and something people, I think.
It's 300.
Oh, it's 300.
It's a 300 entry limit.
Okay, so it's 300 nitro buggies, and they don't get that many truggies, right?
Well, it's 300 total. So
Okay.
however they break it up.
Okay.
But I think they do. I want to say they do 200 buggies and 100 truggies.
Okay, that makes more sense. So my thing is like this. I know that they have Raw regionals. We went to one last year, Joseph and I, at Mills Pond. No,
Yeah, we're all members, by the way. We didn't break any rules.
No, yes, but we went. I mean, they had different classes and everything there. It wasn't supposed to be like that. I mean, it's supposed to be just nitro buggy and truggy, right?
Right. If a legit Roar regional race is based off the same format as the national level event.
Okay. So my thing is, okay, we have this national event. I would say it's the most prestigious US race. Yes, DNC is more famous and prestigious as well, but this is a nationals. Like, you become a national champ of America for a year for this. This year it's a world's qualifying year. But
Correct.
it's like anybody can get into it. And I know in Europe it's a little different. Maybe you correct me wrong. I know in England they have a series of national events that then allow you to get into the Euros. I don't know how it works in Finland. I don't know how it works in other countries, but I believe they have national events that get them into their European championships. Is that right, Joseph?
Yeah, we have 4 race series.
Okay, but mostly all the countries in Europe have that to qualify into the Euros?
I would say, yeah, most European countries have a series.
Now, Jeff, you've been involved in Raw and racing for a long time. Was you around was there ever a time when the regionals actually counted to getting you in the nationals?
On the 10 scale level, it did. So
Okay.
back in the 80s, we had the same problem in 10 scale where the nationals was filling up so fast that that's when they had to split it up from the stock nationals to modified nationals, and then they also started the regional qualifying for nationals.
Okay.
So the issue with the Roar Nats, of course, it's kind of bullshit that on the 8 scale, and it's more so on the 8 scale side. They don't have this issue with the 10 scale, and they don't have it with E-Buggy, with the E-Nationals. It's strictly the 8 scale Nitro fuel off-road nationals that they sell out so fast. So the problem is it's a keyboard race, right? So whoever's fastest on the keyboard, first 300 entries gets in. Everybody else goes on a waiting list. Some people get booted because they're not Roar members at the time that they register, so they get the boot. People go on from the waiting list, get bumped up. So it kind of moves around a little bit. But long story short, it's become a competition for the open and sportsman level drivers to try and get into this race. And even the team managers, like Roar, doesn't give a shit. So if the team managers aren't on the keyboard signing up their drivers, their pro drivers, the Maifields, the Cavalieris, the Lutzes, and all them, and they're not ready and prepared to sign up at the same time, there's a chance one of the top drivers may not get in. They're going to go on a waiting list, and it happens. Like, I think last year, even like Truey and some of the other kind of mid-range, upper-level drivers were not sure if they were going to get in because they were on the waiting list, and it is what it is. So that's the problem with the Nationals, is it's a keyboard race to get into the race. And even though at the end of the day, by the time the Nationals actually happens, all the best drivers are registered and will be in attendance. So it hasn't been an issue as far as somebody important not making it. But it is comical to see how the sportsmen and open level drivers, how it's the competition to get into the race is more important than the actual race itself.
No, I would like to see the regionals actually go back to qualifying for this. And we talked about this before we came on air. And you said it's just not possible anymore.
Well, the problem with the regional qualifiers is if, one, the attendance on the regions. So only certain regions are going to get heavy attendance. So in Florida, it would be a heavy attended regionals. In California, it would be a heavy attended nationals. In Arizona, it'd be a heavily attended regionals, that kind of thing. But all the other regions that are broke up throughout the country are going to get super low turnouts. So depending on how they broke it up, if even in Florida, at our regionals, which, gets 120 entries, but they don't do it the way it's supposed to be run either. So they do the sportsman or the pro class when it should be just one class. So if they even went back to that format and it was just one class at a regional level in Florida, which is going to be pretty big, they're going to get maybe 25 entries in Nitro buggy, right? So out of that 25 entries, if, say, for qualifying purposes, 15 of them qualify to go to the Roar Nationals. So the top 15 out of the 25 qualify to go to the Roar Nationals. Well, now, out of those 15, there's probably 5 that actually travel outside the state.
Mm-hmm.
So now you have 15 that qualified, but only 5 are actually interested in going to the Roar Nationals.
So what's the problem with that?
So now if you take those 5 and it's the same throughout all the other regions, you're going to end up with the Roar Nationals with less than 100 entries.
Well, yeah, but then you fill the rest of the entries. Just like in Europe, let's say each country gets a different amount of spots depending on the level of drivers and how big the country is. So let's say Finland gets 5 spots. So they start from the nationals. Okay, first place in the nationals, you want to go? Okay, and they go down the list until they have 5 people who want to go.
Well, yeah, I mean that's certainly a possibility.
Don't they do that?
Do something like that. Plus, then, I mean, the fact that this is even an issue is ridiculous. I mean, this is not exactly a new problem.
No, it's not.
It shouldn't be a case where last year's champion didn't sign up in time, so he's out. I mean, that's dumb. Why not just make it so you look at previous year's results, you have a functioning regional system that encourages local racing. So you have guaranteed spots based on last year's national results. You have guaranteed spots based on like raw regional success. And then, for example, to fill up the rest of the spots, then you can have sign-ups or something like that.
Well, that was my take is they should take if in the Roar block if the top 30 qualify for the Worlds, right? Then the top 30 should qualify for the following year's nationals, like automatically. So that 30 automatically gets an invite to the race. And then out of that 30, you could, there's going to be a couple that don't want to go because it's not in their backyard this year, or it's cross country and they can't afford to go, or whatever the case is. But at least they get the first invite. Once they deny it, then I agree. Then you could go back to the regional level, and then you could take those 5, people that, or the 15 that qualify from each region, and then however many want to go out of that fills up those spots. And then if there's 25 spots left over, then you could do the free-for-all keyboard race warrior thing. But so yeah, I think there is a pretty simple solution to it. The problem is Roar sucks, right? And they're not forward thinking enough to do something like that. It's more of just the dollar and getting the entry in and making it as easy for them as they can.
Joseph, are you dremeling?
Where have I heard that before? It's kind of the RC's problem.
Are you? I thought just dremeling just now. I think I think we actually need to get these regionals going again, because then you can say, hey, I'm region such and I don't know how you guys split up your region, if it's numbers, or I'm the Southeast Regional Champion. It gives people something to be proud of. People feel like, okay, the $35 I pay yearly to Raw is actually going to something, and it has more structure. And then, it just, like Joseph says, you get people racing on a local level. I mean, that's what Raw is supposed to be about, right? Getting racing on a local level.
Right.
But isn't Raw also a volunteer organization? Is it a volunteer organization?
It's a volunteer, but I think the administrator gets paid. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure that the administrator gets paid. But anyway, the whole thing with Roar is just it's becoming a broken record, right? Everybody knows that Roar is broke fundamentally. Like, everybody goes off the Roar rules, like the rules and all that stuff everybody likes. But fundamentally, the structure of Roar is just broke. Like, it's kind of meaningless. I mean, they can't even get, we want to try and get Roar regionals to mean something, but they can't even get Roar regional directors to be voted in for spots. I mean, there's I know of at least 5 regions that don't even have regional directors.
Wow, that's too bad.
And like the Florida, I couldn't even tell you who the current Florida regional director is. I think it's an on-road dude.
Really? That's too bad. I mean, I think it would just make things go. I think it just have a lot more structure. It'll make people's. And another thing, a lot of people show up to these races and they've never been through tech and all that type of stuff. They didn't even know nothing about that. Like, that's something new to them. At least if they have a regional race and it has tech and it has if Raw sends a crew of people there or or a guy to do it, people have that. They get the practice doing that. I mean, it may sound crazy like what I'm saying, but I literally saw people say, tech? I've never been through tech. And I was, I don't know. It's like, the only way we can change it, well, it can be changed, is if the people demand more. But, I don't see that happening.
It's back on the racers, because it is a volunteer thing. So it's up to the racers to want to be involved, to want to get involved, become that Roar regional director, and promote the Roar regional race and promote, all that stuff. But the problem is us racers are just as fucking lazy as the people running Roar. Like, we want to show up, set up our fucking pit, go race, bitch about the race, go on Facebook, say I fucking won the race, but then bitch about the race because something else happened, and then go to the next race and do it all over again. Nobody wants to. I mean, we're lazy. Like, we don't want to do that shit. We want somebody else to do it for us.
Yeah, exactly. And that's not going to happen because Raw doesn't have the incentive to do it.
Right.
The only way to change that is if Raw was actually for profit and they benefit, they make more money if the sport grows.
Right.
If RC grows, if there's more races involved, they make more money. So you look at the race promoters right now, like Joey, Dave Leikam, PMB, all of this. Their races are growing. They have more entries over the last few years than ever before. That's good. They have a for-profit business. The more entries they have, the more money they make. The system works for them. For the race organizer, that's good. That's the whole point of them existing, for them. They are doing this to make money. They make more money if they have more entries. Perfect. But I don't think their races are doing much good for the sport as a whole.
Not growing it, no.
Yeah, it's not growing it because that's not their goal. Like, they just want to get the most entries they can out of existing races, give them, kind of whatever's expected, like as little as races put up with, basically. And that's it. Well, that's fine. Like, I'm not blaming them. It's not their job to try and grow RC or improve racing. But then that would be Raw's job. So the problem is that Raw's job is to try and grow RC and improve it for the racer. But they don't have the incentive to do it because it's not a for-profit business. then the for-profit businesses in RC, it's not their job to grow RC and improve it. They just want to make money having races, hosting races.
Right.
So that's the problem as I see it. And take someone who does actually want to improve RC and change it for the better. Say RCGP, for-profit business, so the incentive is there. If RC does well, then RCGP does well. So that's good. They try and do something, and what happens? Resistance, this is shit, that's shit. People talking shit online. People crying about this, crying about that.
Okay.
Companies
Whoa.
coming. All the companies not coming together, or not even all, but like majority of companies who do join in complaining about stuff, then not working together to change.
Here's
stuff.
the problem. Seems like you opened up this fucking can of worms. Here's the problem. The problem is, you're right. RCGP is a for-profit business. They want to make money. They want to grow RC. They want to do all this cool and great shit, right? 100% agree with everything you just said there. The problem is, RCGP doesn't know a fucking thing about customer service. And RCGP needs these manufacturers and needs these pro drivers and needs all these people to be a part of it. But their customer service sucks so fucking bad that they're pissing people off and not giving them the leeway to either join now or join later or join whenever they want to join, but instead of being pressured into joining right now. If I'm not part of it now, then fuck you. Then you'll be down the list down the road.
No, but where did you hear that?
Well, that's the mentality. I mean, that's the stigma that's out there right now. That's the way it's the story's being narrated.
Yeah, because people just want to. Let's be being as well on this subject. Let's be realistic.
Oh fuck! Here goes another 2 hour.
Yeah.
Do we really want to do this rant? Okay, you know what? Let's make this a triple rant. Let's make this a triple rant. Let's get into this.
On this one.
Okay, let's get into this. Keenan, you want to have Jeff on for this rant?
Yeah, might as well. I mean, he's you know what? He's American. Right now, a lot of, let's be realistic. Last week on, when I tuned in to hear about the icebreaker race, while we wait for Joseph to get his food.
Well, my take on the RCGP is very simple. I love the concept. I love the idea. I love the fact that you guys are so passionate about it and you want this to work and you need this to work and you feel it's going to be better for the manufacturers and the hobbyists and everybody involved. I believe in all that, right? My problem as a person that's sitting back saying, I like what they're doing, but the shit ain't going to fucking work. And I have my reasons why that I don't think the shit's going to work.
Okay, let's just address the first point first before you get into all the other stuff.
All right.
Okay. So you said about the, with us, against us attitude or something, like you have to join now or then you're screwed. Right. Kind of, but I don't agree with what you're saying. So all the manufacturers have been informed of everything, right. All the details, as it's being developed even. They've got multiple emails. The first email introducing the concept, the idea. More emails as things progressed and evolved. They have had every opportunity to be involved or give us their input or ideas. And HB Racing was the first company to join. They got the first information and they were immediately interested. Then they got more information and they joined. Okay? And soon after that, S-Works did the same.
Right.
And everything has been shared with the companies, but not publicly. And that's because together with the companies, the sort of structure of the whole series has been set. So it's not like it's RCGP existed as an idea and a concept, and it was presented to companies and said, join or don't join. This is how it is. It's like the idea was presented, and then it's evolved throughout the year.
Right.
And it's evolved due to the companies that have joined the series. That's how it's been. And the reason
nobody's questioning that.
Yeah, the reason for it being beneficial for companies to join in the first year is that the first year is obviously the most risky one because it hasn't been done yet, so there's nothing to base it on. You can't say that, well, look how successful last year was. Now we're going to do it a bit better. That's easier. Second year, it's easier to join because you kind of know what you're getting. Right. First year, you don't know exactly, so it's more of a risk. So when there are companies like that who are willing to join in something new, something that they don't know exactly what it's going to be, they just know what the people involved are attempting to do, that should be rewarded, I think.
And I agree.
Also, those companies will not just be risking stuff, but they are paying, they are giving their support, their endorsement, and they're also helping with ideas and helping to create RCGP.
Right.
So it would not be fair then, or how can I say, like, it would not be fair that part of the industry shoulders the burden and then the rest just joins like when everything is ready and done. All the blood, sweat, and tears. But that's over, see, again, and then you just join. Like, okay, now that you made this work, we're just going to join.
Right.
So of course there are incentives for companies to join early, like let's say entry fee reductions or travel subsidies and these sorts of things. Like if you want to be a part of that, then you have to join in the first year to gain access to that. It doesn't mean that you can't join in the future. Yes, you can. It's just that you won't get all the same benefits as the teams in the first year will get.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean? So you can still join in the future.
I know, but here's the problem. No. Here's the problem. Now, so you stop for a second. Here's the problem that you have now, that your current issue is now, is you're right. All the manufacturers know all that shit, right? And it's all great. It's all gravy. No issues with that at all. The problem is you got some Yahoo out here named JQ who wants to sit here and say Team Associated doesn't want to join this year, or whatever manufacturer isn't joining this year, and instead of just not talking about them anymore, you want to sit there and pick at them and kind of and throw stupid innuendos at them saying, hey, if you don't join this year, then you're, you suck or whatever innuendo.
I didn't say that.
You didn't say the words. No, you didn't say the words, but you insinuated. And then the problem is now you have manufacturers that are going to sit there and say, well, I'm not going to be pressured into joining this year. If I choose to join it next year or the year after or 5 years or 10 years down the road, I'll make that choice. I'm not going to be pressured into doing this at somebody else's pace. And at that point, as a customer service guy, as a person who's building this brand and this business, should be, in my opinion, like, no problem, XYZ manufacturer. You come when you are ready. We will be here. We will be thriving. We will be blowing and going. We will be as big as we can ever be. And when you decide to come on board and support the RCGP, we will welcome you with both arms and a big hug and a fucking kiss. And we might even jiggle your nuts a little bit. But
you know what?
Just know you won't be part of these things that HB and S-Works will get because they are investing in us early.
Yeah, and they know that.
But that's not
fine. And
but
publicly,
that's not how it's being presented.
Can I say something?
It can be like
well, that's your opinion, but okay, that's fine. That can be your opinion. But I just think that Associated isn't joining. They have a private team that runs Associated is joining. And that was clear. That was simply a comment like, is Ongaro going to be in the series or not? Is Associated going to let him race or not? You know, I don't think there's any harm in that comment. People write about it, they talk about it, and that's it.
Yeah, can I say something?
I was going to say before that there's also another problem for not joining the first year, which is if the series is full, then even if you want to join, you can't because it's full. So there's that. Every manufacturer cannot have a team. There's too many manufacturers right now. And right now we have 2 private teams. So we have a wildcard team and this private associated team. So let's say we go into next year and that all the teams remain that we have. Not all the manufacturers could join even if they wanted to.
Well, you know, but that's the gamble that they have to take, and they make that decision.
Yeah, and they are free to do that.
But what I'm saying is when you have people like respected people in the U.S. like Tebow and Drake and Bornhorst and all those guys who have a big following, when they go on a podcast and they sit there and they feel like their questions are being treated as insignificant or stupid or
they were being disingenuous and not honest.
We're gonna address that right now because like I tuned into the podcast last week and I was like, I'm tuning in to hear about the icebreaker and what's going on, and they're all talking about RCGP. And they were all saying, we don't have any information. We have questions they don't want to answer. This. And then I ran on and said, but you guys have all the information. And then they said, no, you're just being a keyboard warrior and blah, blah, blah. But I said, I know Drake was at the manufacturers meeting that you held at the Worlds. And when I said that, he said, oh, well, we was there, and I understand there are questions that can't be answered. But to say that there's no information out there about it is complete bullshit. Because you know why?
It is.
There's a whole website, there's a Facebook page, there's YouTube videos, there's I'm done 3.
Somebody's getting amped up here.
Yeah, because I don't like when people talk. Like I don't like.
Damn, you're not a keyboard warrior right now. You're voicing those keyboard strokes.
Oh yeah, you're getting like Salty Joe. He's been giving me shit all week. But I'm just saying, like, that's bullshit. There's all this information. Like when people say there's no information, but like there's lots of information out there that I was gonna do. I've done 3 podcasts just talking about how things are gonna happen. But let's be realistic about the whole situation here. Let's be realistic. And Joseph, you have to blame just as much as this. Drake doesn't like you. Bornhorst doesn't like you. Tebow actually, I don't care what anybody says, Tebow thinks it's a good idea because he was one of the first guys to jump on it, right? But let's be honest, Drake and Bornhorst don't like you. It turned into a whole RCGP bash fest, which it shouldn't have had because nobody in that whole group knew what they were talking about. And that's what pissed me off more than anything. If you're going to bash it, at least bring somebody on there that knows that knows about it. You know, and then it just turned into we just bash the RCGP, bash JQ. But that's the whole reason. They don't like you. That's why they don't want to do it. Yes, we know you're a dickhead at times. But you know what? It comes back to another point. Joseph, didn't you tell me a story that before that this has been attempted? I think it was Can I say who tried to attempt it?
Yeah, sure. I haven't signed any NDAs.
Yeah, it was A-Main, I believe you said. It was Neo Buggy, Live RC, and who else was it?
It was A-Main, Red RC, Live RC, and organizers from the Vasa 10 Scale Worlds.
But Neo wasn't involved in it?
No.
Okay, so there you have A-Main, Live RC, Reds RC, and a guy that everybody liked who was trying to do this. All these people are influential. They're well liked in the industry. And you know where that went? Absolutely nowhere. Because why? The manufacturers didn't want to get on board. Because you know why? The manufacturers don't want to work together. They may say they want to work together.
Whoa. Back that train up now. You're assuming that. You don't know that for a fact.
Yeah,
so
I know.
Don't sit here.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's a fact. It's a fact, okay? I know it, yes.
You know that for a fact.
Yes.
They didn't make a series. That's what I'm trying to...
They didn't make a series, but
the manufacturers didn't come on board. Because you know why, Jeff? Because as manufacturers, we're out here, like I say this all the time, and people think I'm lying. We're fighting over a little piece of, we're all trying to get a little piece of a pie that's small, instead of actually thinking about growing the pie so everybody can eat and be full. And
the reason I know it, by the way, is because I heard that apparently we copied Red RC's idea. So I was like, what Red RC's idea?
Well, yeah.
So then I got the information. The Finnish guy who was involved, he sent me, they still had all the weblogs, like all the work they'd done.
Oh, okay.
So he sent me a login to all of that shit. And so they'd been working on it for, I think, like over a year. And nothing came of it because the manufacturers weren't, they just didn't join, didn't support it. But it's incredible how close our ideas were. Like just from two independent parties trying to come up with a way to improve RC and create a series like this. It's amazing how close our ideas were. They differ in like key aspects, but the basic ideas were the same.
Well, one of my biggest points to you and the RCGP is you need the manufacturers, you need the pro drivers, right? It's you need them. You're building a brand, you're building a business. And in order for that business to grow, and in order for that brand to grow, you need these people to be involved. So if Tebow sends you an email or a text or whatever he does, and his questions are fucking stupid and ridiculous, you should. It wasn't
questions. See, this is what I mean. Like, it's disingenuous and beside the point. We had a WhatsApp group. There was a whole bunch of drivers there, like European, American. Hara was even in there. A bunch of drivers to figure out what's the best format to have. Like, how should we structure the race and all kinds of things like this. And it wasn't a question. Like, it was like my blog. My blog post that I wrote was normally funny. Like, people liked it, they enjoyed it, they had a laugh. Some people got offended, but it was like humorous. That's how the WhatsApp group was. So like, I added Lee Martin to the group, and I wrote like, "Hey, here's this 10 scale boy. We all know he runs 10 scale, but he might have some good ideas for us 8 scale guys. Like, lighthearted fun, like banter."
Okay.
So then Tebow had an idea. His idea was that, hey, let's do it this way. Like, let's pick the top 30 drivers after practice, and they can race the RCGP class. And I was just like, Tebow, that's such a dumb idea. You get a strike. Yeah, like, it's just like joking around. I guess he took it seriously. But if you think about his idea, it's really dumb.
Okay.
Like, let's say going into the last race of the series, we have a championship battle between Ongaro and Ryan Maifield. Oh, Maifield didn't qualify for the RCGP class because he blew a servo, his engine broke, and he crashed and broke an A-arm. So he didn't qualify for well, I guess Ongaro's champion now because Maifield can't race the RCGP class. It's a dumb idea, okay? It's really dumb. And I told him it was dumb, and that's it. So, like, his whole thing, like, well, we had questions that weren't answered. It's disingenuous bullshit.
Okay.
He was a nice guy, but he was sitting there amongst the fucking hate, and he just was influenced by the hate coming from the left, hate coming from the right. Joe Bornhorst being such a fucking childish baby, like, he doesn't like me because I wrote something rude about him on a blog one time, Average Joe or something. So he's all mad. He can't separate his emotion from like his logic and reasoning. He doesn't see that RCGP is actually something good for RC. Okay, I'm going to say something extremely arrogant and cocky now, and people can take this out of context. They can do whatever they want. I don't care. I'm going to say it. Joe Average Bornhorst is childish. Okay,
coming from you, that's great.
And that's a fucking compliment.
and this next sentence.
Oh God! Let me get my bleep. Let me get my no e-buggy.
Okay, no, and Keenan, do not edit this.
This is getting edited. Mute.
No. Listen. I've done more in RC and for RC than Joe Bornhorst ever will. And one day he will look back and he will realize this. So I don't give a shit what Joe Bornhorst thinks. One day he'll probably race in the series, okay? It's irrelevant. We are focusing on irrelevant shit. Like Adam Drake says, oh, the manufacturers have questions. Like, we have questions that want answered. No, they don't. Have you ever seen any fucking race or series being promoted like this? Podcasts, videos online, WhatsApp groups with manufacturers.
I have actually. Thank you very much. I have.
Back and forth.
Actually, Dave's doing a good job.
Website. We had a whole year last year. Well, they even mentioned this. Hey, maybe they should have had like a website and given points and like picked races and shown us how it all works. Yeah, we did it last year. It actually existed.
Yeah, that's true.
It actually existed.
And
we did all that shit. And still, we have questions. They're not answered. I had a good question, and I got a strike on a WhatsApp group. Like, oh, JQ, I don't have zero respect for JQ. Who cares? Focus on the fucking series and what it's going to do for RC. Who cares about me or what Joe Bornhorst thinks, right? It's irrelevant. This is why there's no series. This is why A-Main failed. This is why, like, Live RC, A-Main, Red RC, the Vasa organizer, all these people that everyone loved, and they're such great products and great shop, and I get a discount at A-Main. I love A-Main. Are we going to help with their series? No, fuck them. This is why. To fucking make an omelette, you have to break some eggs. You need to be disruptive. You need to be like, you know what, Joe Bornhorst, fuck you, I'm going to do this anyway. You need to be a crazy asshole like that, and then you can actually change something. You can make something happen, okay? That's what you need to be.
Hey,
people are set in their ways.
I'm going to go ahead.
This is how they're going to do it, and they're not going to change. And for them to change, you have to ruffle some feathers.
I'm going to concede right now. I'm going to go ahead and concede that you fucking won.
You won the rant this week. You won the rant this week.
I'm going to concede to you on this second half of this rant right here that, yeah, okay, you proved your point. I'm fucking wrong in my way of thinking, and you are right, but you're still a fucking idiot.
But I'm still an idiot. And another thing, and I just want to close on this. I have nothing against Joe Bornhorst. I have nothing against Adam Drake. I even have nothing against Ilias Arkoudaris. You know who that is? Ilias is this Greek farmer from, Greek girlfriend. Ilias is running his RC car in Greece. You know what I did? I gave him an opportunity. You want to work with me, travel the world, race RC cars, make a name for yourself in RC? Yeah. He fucking loved that shit. Now he's working for Techno.
Yeah, but
he's enjoying his life.
You're still bitter about that one, aren't you?
Yeah, because you had something to do with that, Joseph.
I'm just saying. Then I went to the Dominican Republic. I met this one-armed gimp, who can't drive his car to save his life. You know what? I gave him an opportunity. We tried to figure out what he's good at.
Podcaster.
Listen. Yeah, exactly. We tried to figure out what he's good at. Like, okay, try and sell some cars. Like, try building a team. Try going to the races. Can you put a tent up? You've only got one arm. You pay E-Clip to fucking load some buckets with dirt. What are you good at? Then we figure out. We find the golden nugget. He can talk. The man can talk. We start a podcast. People love the podcast. Lefty the Great. We found his niche within a niche. He's a great podcaster. I fucking helped him do that. Okay? So we see RC struggling a bit. We need to do something. I have a car. I made my own car. I support a lot of drivers worldwide. I wrote a guide, by the way. Did you see the guide I did? People, even Americans who don't like me.
I'm not a part of your fucking little
club. The guide, the actual guide.
Public online. People print out the guide, okay? Put it in a folder. They have it at the race. They need to change their car. They need something. They go to the guide I wrote. They don't even run a JQ car.
You know what, Joseph?
Oh, fuck's sake. Someone at the door.
Go get your fucking pizza and shut up.
Hey, see what I mean? This is what happens when you get banned for 30 days on Facebook.
Yeah,
he gets so passionate.
To you.
But another thing I wanted to bring up that
I'm not done.
And this is
not done.
And this is
I'm not done.
No, but it's about RCGP. It's one of the things that they kept bringing up was about now the excuse is for the entry fee, what did the manufacturers get? Right? Because they're not sponsoring a race that all the RC people that are going to, like, you know. And I'm trying, and I was talking to Jeff about this today, and we have different opinions. But for the first time ever in RC, okay, one thing I have to tell people, you know, I watch RC Racing TV. I think they do a great production. Well, these are the same guys who are going to be doing the production for RCGP, correct? But they have, they're going to step it up a level to where it's even going to be even better. But we are also connected with Extreme TV or like streaming service or something. Yes, it has 6 million viewers. 6 million people subscribe to it that view this channel. The RRC Racing is going to be on this channel, commentated and catered so the average person who doesn't know anything about RC can come in and see it just like you would anything else. Hey, I see tractors going through the mud. I like that. I think it's cool. I'm going to buy a tractor and do that too. I can do it professionally. I can do it in competition. Well, it's the same thing. That same guy who sees that tractor going through mud, he might see these guys racing these RC cars and be like, oh man, this guy's from Sweden and he's racing, or this guy, JQ, is from Finland and he's built his own car and all this type of stuff. Oh, by some miracle, JQ actually won. Like, you know, everybody else broke and JQ won one of the races because that's the only way you can do it.
Everybody else broke. I just couldn't beat them. Even in your fantasy, I just couldn't beat them.
Oh, I like...
Can I finish now?
I like that. But no, I'm not finished. But this is part of the rant. Like, you know, so then they say, oh, well, what is this? Hey, what's this car? It's JQ Racing. I like this car. Hey, I think I like this sport. Let's get into it. Now, let's say 1 million
and then
people.
They're going to say, oh, shit, that's too expensive. Fuck that. I'm
well,
out.
They might do, but then they might not. But they can go buy a tractor and go race through the mud. Like, you know what I mean?
But, okay, can I finish now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Remember what I wanted to say.
Good, go ahead.
So we had this goat herder in Greece. By the way, he's not really a goat. I just made that up. Anyway,
yeah, we know that.
For you idiots. Anyway, I found him. We worked together. Look where he is at now. Found this one-arm gimp from the DR. Look where he's at now. I made a car.
What? Wait. The one-arm gimp is still unemployed.
Oh, my God. Just wait. Made a car supporting a lot of young drivers around the world. The guide thing I mentioned. So what next? I have a car. I want to build a race team.
You paid me.
There are certain ways I wanted to do it. You know, I wanted to have outside sponsors. I wanted to make the team more professional. Yes, I had the tents and the clothing and all that shit, but it's not really the real deal. It's not how I want to do it. The industry didn't support what I wanted. I couldn't get an outside sponsor and show them like a website or a series or anything like this is what we do. Like there's nothing. It's just one race over here, another race over there. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so we need to change RC. We need to change how we do this. So I work on that. I found the right people to do it so we can have an actual series, an actual website, be a more professional sport. So I'm working on doing that. So I'm working on improving RC for everyone, not just me. It's going to improve for goat herders in Greece. It's going to improve for one-up gimps in the DR. It's going to improve for people who need setup help. It's going to improve for everyone, all the companies, all the brands, not just me. I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this for everyone.
When you make the first RC shrine of all the greats, are you going to be in first? Are you going to be the first inductee into the shrine of RC greats?
Is he going to be in the Hall of Fame?
No, because it's not about me. But this is the point. So when average Joe
Oh, wait, we have a point. Hang on.
When average Joe Bornhorst says that he has no respect for me and it doesn't matter, whatever, I can't remember what he said, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, I mean, okay, I'm pretty sure he knew what he was talking about, but anyway.
No, he doesn't. He's like his thinking is on a completely different level, elementary level. Oh, he said something rude about me on the blog, so I don't like him. Like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, but that's
I'm working on fixing RC here. Let's think on that level instead.
Again, you can't fault him for his opinion. He doesn't like you for whatever reason. It doesn't matter what his fucking reason
I think
is. He doesn't like you. So who cares?
That's fine. It's okay. I have no hard feelings towards him. I don't like him. I don't like him. Like it's irrelevant.
But I get what you mean. It's not
Beside the
about
point.
It's not about you. It's about RCGP and improving RC.
Yes.
I get that. Like, people need to leave their personal feelings for you away and see, like, okay, this can be good. Let's be a part of it. Let's do it. Like, I don't know about you, Jeff. Do you want to see more races all year round? Do you want to see these guys race some more? Because
of course I do. Because I enjoy watching the racing.
Mm-hmm.
But
I do too.
But like we've talked about too, like the presentation is good. Like you guys, the videos you guys are putting out, all the stuff is good.
Yeah. So would you admit that the questions are answered? So what Drake said was actually wrong.
Well, yeah, and even like Tebow, if Tebow would have, when he made the comment that his answers were shot down or was made fun of, if he would have put down the rest of that says, hey, I was in a group chat with X number of other drivers,
by the way,
everybody was giving everybody a bunch of shit, then it's kind of meaningless, right? So
yeah, and he wasn't like this. Strike didn't mean anything. Like, he wasn't thrown out the block. It was just a joke. Like,
right.
3 strikes. Like,
and so because
happened.
Making that clear, then to me that takes what Tebow said in that podcast kind of, it's meaningless, right? It doesn't mean anything
so
because
Drake, false news, fake news.
Yeah, so
Tebow,
all
fake
that
news.
stuff. I agree. That I'm not debating that. So my debate is the presentation in which even like Keenan sitting here saying that, the manufacturers need to join because we're going to be on this website with 6 million viewers, right? So,
well, that's Keenan. Okay,
you can say that, and I agree. Like that's true. That's legit. But I know for being in the hobby as long as I have, and seeing people that are very active in social media and very active on YouTube and other websites, just because there's 6 million viewers doesn't mean 6 million people are going to view an RC race.
No, but
RCGP race.
Maybe 1 million will, and out of that 1 million, maybe 1,000 get into.
And maybe 2.
Maybe 2. But I doubt that would happen. I very much doubt that would happen. But
that's why I haven't mentioned that. I haven't talked about that because to me that's not really important. Because we can have 1 billion people see the race and nothing will happen. You have to have more of a structure than that. You have to have a way for people to get more deeply interested. Connect. Yeah, people need to have a way to connect to what they see.
Right.
Have an avenue to become slightly more interested, then locally be able to go somewhere and meet people, make friends, and then get into it. But it's a much longer process than just posting a video online. And that's not something that's going to happen in 6 months or 1 year. That's going to happen over the course of the next few years when we build the series. But first we have to have the series.
Right. But my point comes back to what we talked about last week as well. I don't care if you have 1 million people view this, and out of that 1 million, 1,000 of them are genuinely interested in the hobby. But the minute that 1,000 goes to A-Main's website and starts putting in the shopping cart all the shit that they think that they need, and that total gets up to $2,000 or $3,000 worth of shit, they're gonna hit delete.
No, they won't, because that's why we have to present this in the right way. When this is presented as an exciting and attractive motorsport, just like anything else, why wouldn't they spend that money? It's a lot less than go-karting or motocross or your dumb American ATVs you race that people defend on Facebook, which I now can't argue
but the difference in that is that when those people go invest in $15,000 motorcycle to go race motocross, they're going to win money.
That's another good point.
No.
Not all of them,
but not your average guy that doesn't even race. Like, it's his hobby.
Like JQ.
Most people who have a hobby like motocross, they don't win money. Most people that ride motocross, they don't even race.
They just ride. They might go to the track for a track day.
And it's going to be the same in RC. I mean, it is the same in RC, and if more people join, they might join because they see the racing online, but that doesn't mean that they will race.
Well,
just like I may watch Supercross and motocross, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to line up on the gates and race. That means I'll get a bike and I'll try it and I'll enjoy it and then I'll just ride.
And then break bones like you've done already?
Yeah, well, sometimes you kind of think you're better than you actually are.
Well, yeah, we know that's true to say about you. But I get it. I mean, I honestly get Jeff's points. Obviously I'm passionate about this, but I will say one thing before we get off this topic is, as I said this last week, as manufacturers in the industry, we have to come together and work together. As racers, I think racers should win a race against each other on a regular basis, and I think we also need to have the rivalry and the backstories and all that stuff presented just like they do in all other racing. Like, what was it? Lasher, Cooper Webb, and Ken Roxon were battling each other because they like switch girlfriends or something like that. I don't know if that's going to happen in RC, but you get what I'm saying. Like, there's a rivalry.
Well, there is a lot of track bombs.
That's
a whole nother story. But
that's like, oh, this guy lost his virginity.
Yeah.
That's gonna be.
Yeah, all the kids that chase all the girls around, and all the girls that chase the guys around. And,
but you get it.
It's nuts.
Here you have a rivalry already, like Joseph and Joe.
Exactly.
That's a rivalry.
That's a good example.
That makes things exciting.
Yeah. Say at a normal race, Bornhorst and me, we were battling for a position.
Okay, we're dreaming again, right?
Yeah, but
this was another dream that we.
People wouldn't really think much of it necessarily, but if they knew the history, then they would be more excited about it. They would be like, "Oh yeah, watch Joe and Joe race for 7th place here." Like, they would care because of that. They would take sides.
You but 2 laps down? I'm not joking. But you know what? I think.
You know why he's even more bad? Because I went to Fall Brawl and I was beating him. Remember?
Yes, but
and I flamed out.
But Joe has improved a lot lately. He's doing really good. He done well at DNC. Did he do pretty good at DNC? I can't remember. But you know what? And I'll bring to this.
Is that relevant? You don't remember?
I just know he was
I know when
final at the Worlds.
when Runnerfalk broke, I was just over it. Like, and then Maifield checked out. So, but at the same.
But anyway, so
Jesus, we can't get a word in when you're. But listen, look at DNC this year. The whole Euro USA thing. It was prevalent there. It made for.
Yeah, you made it up.
And USA kicked everybody's ass. I know.
Yeah, no, I didn't. People have been
talking. This is one of Steve Mathis' stories again. You just made this up. It doesn't exist, but you made it.
Yes, there is. There's
USA
a rivalry.
Kicked everybody's ass, and Mayfield lapped the field.
They did.
We know who's the best.
Right now, America's won, and for 2019, America won, and Europe 0. But hopefully, the goal with RCGP is that we will get to see this again, and we don't have to wait 2 years.
Okay, let's get back to this rant instead of this dumb DNC talking point. Okay,
he does not give me credit for anything.
No, I can't give you credit for that. You're changing the subject. And also, I'm still really mad about you and the doorbell breaking my flow. I had a good rant going and then I got sidetracked. I really wanted to finish that rant.
You're the one who fucking ordered the pizza. What'd you get anyway? Who's at the door?
I didn't order a pizza. Anyway, let's get back on track.
Was it a girl? Did you order another girl? I thought you were in a serious relationship.
Can we now get back on topic?
Go, yes.
I want to know who's at the door.
No one's at the door. Okay.
Not now.
His laundry was delivered.
Yeah.
What's her name? Is it Sugar, Candy, Cookie?
Let him finish his rant because he'll be on her for another 2 hours if we let him, Jeff.
Oh, okay.
So we covered the fact
Stacey,
how Adam Drake was being disingenuous there with his questions are not answered. We agreed that questions are in fact answered. There's countless videos, podcasts, emails, WhatsApp groups, conversations, meetings at Worlds. There has been so much information shared. There's every opportunity for companies or representatives to get more information if they so wish. But the truth is, Adam doesn't like me. He has never intended to join the series. He never wanted to know more. He did show up to the meeting. I guess Mugen asked him, maybe something like that. But that's there. It's not a point. he could have just been honest and said, I don't like Joe, I don't like JQ, so I don't care about RCGP. Instead, he played it politically correct and shifted blame and said we don't answer questions. But we've now established we actually do. We're open to questions. We've built this series together with the companies that joined, and everyone is welcome. Okay, that was one point. Second point,
the other point was that Drake is the one that did report you for Facebook for posting the video of him going around the conveyor, right?
Oh, God.
Him going around the conveyor. No, it wasn't him.
Oh.
I still think it was you. The second point was Bo and Horst. He can't separate his personal feelings from reality. And my long rant that was unfortunately broken up there by a doorbell and by Keenan, I think. But the main point was just that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And then we still have two more points we need to cover. God, one was they were saying it's not a World Series.
Yes.
It's not a World Series. Yes, it is. It spans the world. We have a race in Asia, 2 in Europe, 1 in America. Whoever joins to race, that's who's in the race. Like, it's not a World Championship if some driver doesn't go. Like, who determines that? It's a World Championship Series. End of story.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Who was debating that point?
I think Adam said that.
Oh.
And they were talking about that then. But the point is, the level of drivers will increase over the years. It will improve over the years. And
as long as you welcome those drivers with open arms instead of making them feel like they're not welcome.
Well, I mean, if Jeffrey Keaton ever enters, then there might be a problem. But other than that, then everyone should be welcome.
If that fucking sexy ass dude Jeffrey Keaton actually showed up to one of those events, it would certainly class it up a little bit.
What kind of event are we talking about?
Oh, can we get back to your last point, please? Jesus.
Okay, the last point, $5,000 for what? You said that, right, Keenan? They were saying someone was saying, was it on there or?
Yeah, somebody said it in the chat.
Okay, well, that's really simple too. It's actually too cheap. It's 4 races.
No.
It's not 1 race. It's 4 races, 2 drivers.
It's 8 races for 4 events.
Oh my God, you guys don't even fucking know.
No, right. I know what you mean, though.
Yeah, I count 1 weekend as, that's 1 event. So you divide it by 4. Yes, we do have 1 race on Saturday, 1 race on Sunday, but normal races don't. So we compare to normal races. So you divide 5,000 by 4, first of all, and then you divide it by 2. So that's your entry per driver. There's not that much, is it? Plus, you have to look at what you get. Like if you sponsor, or if you just enter DNC, you're going to race 3 classes, most likely. If you're a team, you're paying 3 classes for a number of drivers. So that's already probably $1,000. Then maybe you want to sponsor the event. That's another $1,000 or $1,500. What do you get? You just get some banners around the track, nothing else. Jimmy might mention you once in a while. You don't get very much. Well,
and
the whole point with RCGP,
to have all your banners put up too, right?
Yeah, that too. You have to actually go and ask them to put up the banners that you made for them. So it's not really a great deal, is it? But having said that, these companies already spend this kind of money. Like they spend $5,000 on just 1 race sometimes. So I really don't see the problem of them spending that kind of money for a series that spans the globe for a season. And they also, for this money, they get exposure. They get videos that are made for them. Like we focus on their drivers, on their products, on their team, like topics that they want to bring up. If they have something new, they can use us to help promote their products. So they are getting more than just attending a race and some banners. That's not the point. We are trying to do something different in RC, something where when you join a race, you get more for your money. You get something that you can use for your marketing in the future and throughout the year. That's what they're getting. See, the normal big races, they just build a track, have an announcer, a lap counter, that's it. But like Matt said in his video, RCGP is a media company. We need the teams and the drivers there so we can create media. The media helps to promote the series itself. It helps to showcase RC to the, wider public. But it also helps the teams and the drivers in question to brand themselves, to promote themselves. And that's what the entry fee goes towards. So, yeah.
Man,
Are you finished now?
I tell you what, sitting here listening to you talk, I almost fell asleep, but I didn't. And because of that, it makes me want to join. Like, you have convinced me to want to join. If I had $5,000 right now, I would give it to you in a heartbeat, and Team be fucking signed up.
I got to e-buggy you. We have 3 rants. Joseph, I'm guessing, well, when we publish this, we'll get you won't be able to see because you'll be in Facebook ban in jail.
I'm going to get that ban overturned.
No, you're not. But anyway.
Yes, I have to. That's such bullshit.
Anyway, Jeffrey.
Yeah, because you're addicted.
Yeah, he is. Here we go again.
No, I'm not.
Jeff, thank you for coming on. I know it's late. And Joseph, thank you for coming on. And thank you, listeners, for listening in. I know we got a little bit rowdy on the rants, but hey, man, we're all men. And this is all the same.
JQ Racing rants are getting out of control.
Yeah, but this is the same banter that we would have in the pits anyway. So it doesn't matter. Remember, Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. And if you ain't having fun, it don't make sense. Talk to you guys next week. Thank you.
Maybe Keaton's bills.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. Please tune in next time for more fresh RC content. And if you can, please also support us on patreon.com/The Quay Grain. We will greatly appreciate it. And don't forget, Nitro is the glory.